Good morning, everyone. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tom Suter. I'm the CEO of the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center. Welcome. Appreciate everybody coming out. It's been an action-packed week. As many of us know, I'm still a little short on sleep and a little bit surprised on what happened. So I'll join all of you on that. It also feels like a little bit of old home week. I see a lot of friends I've known for many, many years in different industries, and it's fun. Really excited about this Healthcare IT Summit. For those of you who don't know, the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center, we specialize in emerging technology solutions. I think for this next year, we're gonna have a little carve out on health IT. We see lots of opportunities there, and we have many health IT professionals embedded in our groups, and you're gonna meet one of those in a minute here. But real excited about how we can learn from each other today. Definitely, I don't want people sitting there and just listening to the speakers. We're gonna definitely make it interactive and ask questions, and we're gonna use this to kind of like set the stage for 2025. Definitely like to thank, if we can move the slide, definitely like to thank our partners. They've been with us and through lots of different things. Really cool technology out there, especially in the security and in the AI side. Lots of opportunities in the healthcare space in that space. We're going to hear a little bit more. We've got a couple panels this afternoon to talk about the challenges in healthcare with cyber and AI. Without further ado, I want to introduce our chair of this summit, Tony Bosey. And Tony is not only the chair of the summit, he is running one of our working groups, which he's going to tell you about. And Tony's out of the VA, but I'll let him come up here and introduce himself, some of the work he's doing, and some of the things we're doing at ATARC. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tom. Hello, everybody. So some of you who signed up for this a while ago might have seen a keynote by the name of Gil Alterovitz. That is my boss. Unfortunate circumstances have arisen in Gil's life, which have prevented him from being here today. So I have stepped in to help, in large part because I have worked with ATARC for so long and I care about it so much. And I thought that I could give some comments about my experiences and some insights about the value of ATARC that would at least be an on-theme introduction to the event, if not perhaps quite as insightful as Dr. Alterovitz might have been. So, Tom said to tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Tony. I work for the VA. Specifically, I used to work for an organization called the National Artificial Intelligence Institute, and now I work for the Office of Research and Development, of which then I was a part. So kind of just like an on-paper shift. My principal role, as the title might suggest, is Research Programs Manager. Well, what that means is I run research programs, but I also, most of my focus is on large interagency programs. So some things that I do in the VA, I run a traumatic brain injury from blast overpressure project, which is a collaboration between UNC, MIT, VA, a few different VA sites, USASOC, and soon we'll be working with marine breachers as well, to figure out what some of the particularly the damage from subconcussive blasts from repeat exposure to overpressure, from breaching, from sniper rifles, from shoulder-mounted arms, some things you might not think about, actually have effect on these individuals, particularly the individuals who teach these things, the cadre down at things like Fort Liberty, as they are exposed to tons and tons of blasts over and over and over again, way more than you would even be in the field. And it's a concern because these are our current special operators and future veterans, so it's a joint concern of DoD and the VA. I also run a PTSD and suicidality project with Stanford, and a large interagency project, which is multi-agency and has a couple different universities and a couple private partners like LinkedIn and a company called Quantov out of Alabama. The theme that I'm trying to point here towards is everything that I do in my work is collaborative, everything I do in my work is cooperative, everything I do in my work is trying to solve a collective action issue. I suggest that it's very important that we think about collaboration and cooperation and solving collective action issues, particularly as we go forward into the near future, given recent events, but also broadly speaking about things like how we manage technology and how we manage AI, how we think about how these things should be policed, what policies we should write, the principles that lay behind those policies, pushing each other to perhaps do better than we would otherwise, to excel past what the law demands of us or simply EOs demand of us, to really make sure that when we bring IT and AI products to market or concepts to products, especially in places where critical decisions that affect life and livelihood, like in healthcare, that we are very careful and that we hold each other to a high standard. This, I think, is the principal value of ATARC and organizations like it. right? I can do everything in my power to make sure that my teams are held to a high standard. I can do everything in my power to try to push the VA to hold to the highest standard. Some of us have power in our own agencies. Some of us have power far beyond my own who can push interagency collaboration. Maybe somebody in here works for OSTP and I don't see you at the moment. But there's certainly those of us that have the ability to single-handedly make great change. But I am not one of them, and they are very few, and perhaps none of them are in this room. So what we can do, however, is combine our power, combine our efforts and our influence to make the change we need to see. This is challenging, right? We all work in little silos. We all work at different office buildings that are geographically separate. Sometimes we don't have interoperable ways to communicate. Even things you think about like Teams, maybe you think Teams is government-wide, not true. Many agencies cannot talk to other agencies on simple things like Teams. Government doesn't use Slack. Different agencies have different policies. Cross-apply that now to the private sector, where different companies have different policies. Different companies certainly don't generally have integrated Slacks. And there you might also have further impedance from things like competition or concerns that there might be some zero-sum access to certain resources or investors, whatever the case may be. So there might be pressure to think and to try to continue to operate in these historical divided ways, to not harm one another actively, but nevertheless to stay in our little lanes and in our little boxes and to try to push forward. But again, now is not the time for that. Technology is moving too quickly for that. Society is changing too quickly for that. There is going to be a lack of top-down pressure for us to do the right thing. That will only become less and less pressure from the top down, I suspect, over the coming years. So we should try to rely on organizations like ATARC to be the opportunity to do better. The opportunity to share with one another high standards, the opportunity to come together in person and remotely to push each other to do the best we possibly can, to overcome collective action issues. This collective action tends to be the thing that holds us back most. If nothing else, even if you think, well, I think we all do collective action just fine. I don't know how many of you saw traffic here today. I don't know how many of you have watched some of the old cameras about traffic models. Most traffic jams are because one person took a wrong turn, or because a series of people don't know what the concept of zippering traffic is anymore, because I suppose they stopped teaching that when I was a child, and nowadays I can't find anybody to zipper for the life of me. Right? That's super simple collective action issues. You ever gone to a cookout and there's like a huge stack of cups, but like nobody brought meat? Right? Small collective action issues. So you might think, oh, okay, well, those are just little things, but that's just a pattern of habit that we have as people too, as much as we consider ourselves social beings, generally kind of isolate into our little cliques and our little alikes, those that we are immediately comfortable with who might think like us and act like us. And that's good and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with having your own focus and interests, but again, collaboration is the way forward. So how do you get collaboration out of ATARC? There's a few ways to get collaboration out of ATARC. They're all very easy, and I suggest that you engage with them if you haven't engaged with them so far. These are things like ATARC's events and ATARC's working groups. I think you can figure out how to get to the events because you are physically at one. Congratulations, huge win. I also appreciate those of you who have showed up at this hour. That's great. I see some familiar faces. I saw more familiar faces on the website. I'm now realizing the people that I probably hang out with are the other people who would not have woke up as early as I did today to come here. And I look forward to seeing them in the afternoon sessions. But for the time being, you can figure out how to get to the events. The next step, I think, is to think about ATARC working groups. ATARC has a large number of working groups, and they do very good things. I have experience in a few of them. My principal experience is with the AI and Data Policy Working Group, for which I am one of the co-chairs with a lovely man named Ken Faber. Some of you may know Ken. I don't think he's here today. No, okay. What do these working groups do, right? You might be used to working groups, as I am, and I think anybody in government in particularly is, where it's a lot of talking or a lot of going over an agenda for the sake of going over the next agenda. A lot of getting guest speakers that may be valuable and interesting, but only for a small part of the group, et cetera, and so forth. Weekly meetings, even if there's not something new to talk about, all these problems, right? ATARC working groups are, I'm happy to say, and I mean this sincerely, and I have not been paid for my testimony, are better than that, and they do better than that. For instance, in our AI and policy working group, in a year, let's take an average year, 24 is not resolved yet, so let's take 23 and 22, for examples. We had a series of remote events where we got individuals together from different agencies and companies, DoD and the VA and others, and a lot of private sector individuals, and had conversations that worked through each part of the blueprint for the AI Bill of Rights, which some of you may recall. It's sort of been OBE by now, overcome by events by now, but it was a big deal at the time. So we had this nice series of events. We got different speakers for from those events. From those events, we got ideas that we were able as a working group to collaborate together and put together a white paper out of, that we got input and comment from those individuals who were on the panels. And then, like I said, we got a white paper out of it. It was pretty great. The events were valuable. They were attended by 50, 60, 70 people. I think one of the big ones, the equity one, I think was over 100. The white paper has been well received and gotten a lot of attention. And then you might say, okay, well, then you had a win. What have you done since then? Written 2 more white papers, right? That's what we do. We produce. Now, some of you now are going to go like, okay, so it's just a mill, right? We're just getting a bunch of people together to volunteer time to make products. This is not the case. The point is not that there's a push or that ATARC insists that these things are done. The point is that the groups are so positive, the environments are healthy, the individuals are capable and informed, the collaboration is natural, and the cooperation is good. That these are just things that are capable of being done, and all of the other working groups are like this. I think the AI policy one is maybe the best, but I'm certainly biased. And I certainly would say that the other two or three in which I'm involved, like the generative AI working group, are new and getting off to a strong start. Also, all of these working groups do need some help. Although we are a coalition of the willing and capable, and we are very willing and very capable, we are not numerous. Our working group has probably a dozen active members. Active meaning comes and does the conversations and has the chats, but it'd be great to have more. And then obviously when you pare down to the people who have the time to work on a white paper, maybe we get down to 5 or 6, and then you get paring down to the person who's willing to edit the white paper, and it's me every time. And so like still good, but could be better. So I would hope that each of you would take time to consider looking into these working groups and contacting HR to think about what you can do to maybe be a better part. Not a better part, a bigger part. You're already an amazing part. Sorry about that. To do more than just maybe come to the events. Now that you're already here, you clearly know about ATARC. You clearly think there's some value to it. Otherwise, you would not have come, unless you're just really trying to get out of work, which is fine too. I won't tell anybody. But generally, I think you're here because you see value, and I suspect you will see the same value out of the working groups, out of which, again, we can extract from the groups and from these events the ability to break down some of our silos, to find people with similar ideas, to find lessons learned and better practices we might not otherwise have, so we can push ourselves to the necessary standards to make sure that the products we release, IT and AI specifically, into healthcare especially, are all the things we hope out of good, trustworthy products, that they are secure, privacy protecting, equitable, and all these other things that may or may not appear in policy in the next several years and may or may not appear in your company's policy yet. But still, I think most of us in this room will agree, are necessary and important. So let us come together to unite our power and effort through groups like ATARC and on our own to make that happen. And with that, I will yield to the event. Thank you for coming.
Don't go too far. You're on the next panel. Next, we have a panel. It's going to be moderated by Edward Graham, tech reporter for NextGov FCW. And if the rest of the panel could come up, that'd be great.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Tom, for the introduction, and thank you, Tony, for kicking us off. Unfortunately, one of the panelists in today's session was unable to attend because she's not feeling well, but she very graciously said that she could attend virtually, so we appreciate it.
I can't turn my camera on, though.
That's okay. So as Tom said, my name's Edward Graham, and I'm a tech reporter with NextGov FCW, and I'm very happy to moderate today's discussion, which is very important. It's on advancing diversity and mental health equity. So we have a very great group of participants today. Dr. Deborah Duran is joining us virtually. She's the director of the Science Policy, Legislation, Strategic Planning, and Assessment at NIH and the National Institute on Minority Health and Health Disparities. So she has a very wide coverage area in her role. Tony is back with us. Tony Bosey, Research Programs Manager and Associate Researcher with the Department of Veterans Affairs. In the far side of the table, we have Dr. Loretta Walker, who is the Physical Therapist Supervisor with the Inpatient Department at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. So I thought to kick us off, because I kind of gave a brief assessment of everyone's role, if you could just expand a little bit on your position and kind of how it ties in with today's discussion. So if we could start with Tony, I think that would be a great way to kick off this discussion.
Good. Yep. Okay. You already know most of it because we just talked about it. I don't want to waste your time. But I will add, just to reemphasize, I'm going to be talking a lot about research here, and particularly how we design, if we do the right thing, how we design research projects to make sure that the populations that we're using during the study are diverse and equitable, such that we have good data that we can then better generalize afterwards. And then we make sure that access to the results of that research are equitable and accessible technologically and physiologically and to disabled persons. I'll also offer that I am technically officially an ethicist. Most of my education is in ethics. My job theoretically should be ethics. If anybody needs an ethicist, find me afterwards. So a lot of what I say may sound a little philosophy-y. I apologize in advance if that upsets you, but it's what's going to happen.
Hello, I'm Dr. Walker. I started at Walter Reed Classic, is what we call it, the one that was in DC. And then we bracked over to Naval Bethesda, and we brought the name. So Walter Reed Bethesda is where we are now. I have been through some of the wartime and dealing with patients there. I became a supervisor in 2012, and we've been rocking and rolling ever since. We are appreciative of the break where we don't have as many wounded coming in, but it can happen at any time. So we do have patients that come in that we have to deal with that have some mental health issues, and we just work to get them back to the best where they can be so that they can continue on with their life. There's some that do return back to active duty, but a lot of them, depending on the severity of their injuries, once they get through the therapy and get back on track, they are into the public forum from there. And it's good to see them. Every now and then they come back for different things, or they'll come back to visit. But it was a tough road when we were in the height of the war.
Dr. Duran.
I'm Deborah Duran. My formal training is in social psychology. And I worked many years as a counselor for people who are victims of crime, especially. In my role at NIH, I focus more on data science and the use of AI and mobile devices and technologies in how we not only prevent, diagnose, treat mental health disorders, as well as physical disorders. I actually am on a project. One of the projects we have at NIH is called Bridge to AI. And in that project, we're actually using digital biomarkers to harness the power of voice to detect signs of depression. So technologies are really advancing how we treat mental health, how we do health equities. And so it's a very important part because I work at the National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities. So much of my work is focused on health equities and making sure that technologies also can serve all the people and not just the mainstream or specialized skilled people that have been trained.
Oh, thank you all. I think before we really get into the discussion about how some of this health IT technology can benefit minority communities when it comes to mental health services, is if we could discuss a little bit some of the barriers that they currently face now when it comes to accessing care and, kind of looking at solutions that can kind of, mitigate some of these concerns.
Okay, so one of the problems with access to care can be transportation to get to where they can speak with somebody, meet with a physician. Another one is there's a lot of stigma that surrounds mental health. I think people have seen when someone has a breakdown, everybody is very afraid, or sometimes what was I gonna say? Sometimes the people that are trying to help them may not be as willing to give it some time, and then things can go awry very quickly, and it can turn into something that's more controversial, and somebody's being put in handcuffs, or somebody's being, told that they're not following directions, and for all we know, they may not be able to really understand what's going on. Some of the access to care is an issue in terms of you may meet with somebody that has given you some information or given you some help with mental health, and then for follow-up visits, they have no transportation to get there, or they don't have a home. Their homeless and trying to get into where they can see somebody. And that can be another barrier that happens as well.
Thank you.
I can also add to that because I think that there are bigger barriers for them in. First, I think we have to really understand there's oftentimes a confusion of terminologies. So the approach that we take at NIH is that a health inequity, meaning that we have different access to care, different ability to afford care, different exposure to resources. Those health inequities lead to the health disparities, and health disparities are intervenable. And what I mean by that is that when we talk about these types of issues, we also have to understand that they're intervenable, and that that's part of what, and I like what Tony said, is that we ethically have to be responsible for all of this. So we have to help in the intervenable part. What makes it also difficult is that there's a trust issue, a mistrust issue. So when we come to communities oftentimes with technologies or IT things that could actually help, there's a mistrust in the use of them. And especially as we're moving into these more advanced technologies where there's brain stimulation, they're going to look at themselves as guinea pigs rather than helping to actually advance care. So we have to address a psychosocial, cultural aspect, because those are oftentimes our barriers. Our own discrimination and biases are their barriers.
I would just add one little thing to foot stomp something the good doctor said, is intervene on the intervenable things, because there are certainly aspects of this that are not going to be intervenable, or at least will be extremely difficult to fix because they are deep and systemic. Things like individuals who tend to have less wealth tend to live farther out of urban areas, which means they have less access to public transit, which means they have fewer ways to potentially get to a large hospital, which is probably itself in an urban area because that's where the infrastructure is, right? Then you can also look at that as parts of the country and map and find hospital deserts and things around, and public transportation shortfalls. So definitely we should do what we can if and when we can. A colleague of mine, Christos Macreathes, wrote a paper that found a very direct and strong positive correlation between a veteran's quality of care and a veteran's impression of the VA and their proximity to a VA facility, right? It's probably true of medicine in general. We can think about these things. We think about where to build hospitals or where to build clinics. Think about access to hospitals is an important thing when we talk about how we renovate highway systems or add to public transportation, as the doctor said, to intervene where we can intervene.
So I think one of the great benefits of today's panel is each of our speakers can speak to some component of this kind of a process to examine mental health disparities. We have kind of the research front with Tony. Dr. Duran is kind of more looking at the legislative aspect and kind of the rollout of it. And then Dr. Walker is kind of looking at the inpatient aspect of this. So when it comes to some of these, addressing some of these mental health disparities and the solutions that all three of you are looking at, can you discuss that a little bit, from the research perspective to the actual inpatient rollout of some of this technology?
Sure, I guess. Dr. Duran, do you want to go first since policy is the top level, or do you want to go last because policy is the top level?
Either one.
Go ahead, it's all you.
So I think what's important about the policy aspect of it is that, I'm sad to say this because I'm a human being, is that all human beings don't always do the right thing at the right time at the right place. Consequently, what happens then is that we have rules and laws and policies that help us supposedly to do the right thing at the right time in the right place. What's happening with AI and with the massive growth of devices, mobile devices, smartwatches, technologies, is that it's growing faster than the socialization of it. And what I mean by that is that we're developing these things for the purpose or the intent of developing them, but we're not taking a step back and and looking at where are the biases when we do these and where is harm actually getting created for what we're starting to call a digital divide. And in that digital divide, there are groups of people who are getting left out, large groups of people. So consequently, at least in this last part of this administration, they've really focused on mitigating biases. I can tell you the United States is further behind on this approach than they are in the UK and in Europe. I'm not sure where this is going to go in the future. And so this is why I'm saying this to you in the way that I'm saying it, is because we shouldn't need to have legislation to do the right thing, to check for biases, to make sure that the technologies that we develop is accessible to all and does not create harm in all. The current legislation, or actually it's not legislation, it's just presidential directives, is really talking about these biases. But if that should go away, we need to do this as human beings, because they not only impact the research that we do, but it also impacts the healthcare delivery that we have.
Okay. All very true, all very good. And as usual, I want to emphasize the good doctor is very right. When I was at NASA writing their trustworthy AI policy, I did a lot of looking at other nations' AI and IT policy, and Europe's and New Zealand's and Canada's and so on, and Singapore and a lot. We are behind. But we don't have nothing. We have some, for instance, in AI, we have some pretty important executive orders to which Dr. Duran gestured, like 13.9, shoot, it's been too long now. 13.950? 13.985? Oops, shouldn't have opened my mouth. Well, there's the Trump one, I think it's 13.985. That did most of what trustworthy AI needs, and then 14.110, which is the big AI EO from the Biden administration that does a ton of stuff about AI and then adds equity to the mix to Trump trustworthy AI. So there's certainly policies out there that may or may not disappear, that may or may not be enough, but we can start to follow. But we need to enact those as we do our research and in our practice. So how do we enact some of those things in my research? We do, for one, you do it when you can. Again, to borrow from Dr. Duran, certainly sometimes you're going to do research where you have no control to change some biases. For instance, my project with special operators, I have no control over who got selected to be a special operator. I have no control over who did well enough for long enough to become a cadre member. I have no control over who did well enough long enough to become a senior cadre member. So I have absolutely no control over who's going to be in my study, period. I have to deal with that. But on my other one, I can do stuff, and we do stuff. So what do? We look at geographic diversity. It would be very easy for us, because one of our principal hubs was Greater Los Angeles VA Medical Center, to just borrow from people's university and professional contacts up and down the coast, and have a very well, high-end, strongly powered study of Californians who happen to live on the coast and be associated with large universities, right? Not very helpful, or not unhelpful, but not what we really want to see. Instead, we take time to try to say, okay, I need a medical center in Montana. I need to go to the Muskogee Medical Center in Oklahoma. I need to go to a New England Medical Center. I need to go to a Mid-Atlantic Coast Medical Center to try to get the geographic diversity to help. We also can understand that veterans are predominantly male. Although when it comes to mental health, because of some disparities in how different sexes and genders access mental health, it kind of balances back a little bit, but not enough. So we have to take priority to make sure that we work with women's clinics and find ways to make sure that we have both socially and biologically female or woman individuals in our study to help balance those things out. We have to think about class. Right, I have had the joyous experience of being homeless, and now I have the joyous experience of making a federal salary. And I certainly have one friend who's rich, and good for him. So I have some general sense that there's a very different world that I used to live in, the one I live in now, and then the one that Max lives in is crazy. But nevertheless, we should try to make sure that we have individuals that represent those classes, and et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera. Anything we can do to do that at the research level, make sure that we have good data. And I'm sure you all know more than enough about why we need good unbiased data. And with that data, we can make better conclusions that are more generalizable and more usable. So when we pass them to good people like Dr. Walker, there is as little need to shift, change, or fix as possible, and as little chance of negative unforeseen circumstances or implications due to generalization. So that's that step where you take legislation, try to enact it into research to produce things that then Dr. Walker can use. And what happens then?
Before, Tony, I just want to add one of the issues that we have in mental health is there's no centralized data set for any of this. And this kind of information is all over the place in all different kinds of ways to be collected. So it's very, very, very difficult.
I want to add that when we look at mental health, we also, just looking back at the pandemic, I was in the inpatient side, so I was on the front line. And I read an article about frontline workers. A lot of them suffered from different fears. There were different things that were going on at home that with them coming from the hospital, going to home, and are you bringing that home and everything? And then just a lot of stuff that was going on. The mental health of our healthcare workers went awry as well. And it's a lot of pressure. The hours that you work, the population that you're seeing is just a lot. And I can say that I can see a shift that happened in the hospital after going through the pandemic. And we are just now starting to get our legs back, where people are feeling more confident and actually happy again that they did pick the profession to be in and working with patients and stuff. So mental health can go all over the place. It's not just people that are in the day to day. It's just when things happen to you and you have a fear about it and you don't know who to talk to, people can suffer from mental health there.
So I think it's really interesting, and I kind of want to dig a little bit further into what Dr. Duran and Tony talked about in terms of having, unbiased data. We know, a lot of AI systems and predictive models. One of the big concerns has been that, they do inject bias or, discrimination into their models. This isn't often intentional. I don't want to say it's never intentional, but often it's because of a lack of quality data. And one of the things too, when it comes to minority communities is cultural competence. So, when it comes to technology developers, how can they ensure that some of these products that are, meant to, serve a very good purpose to kind of help deal with some of these disparities are actually not furthering the issue or kind of leaving out communities and data, related to them that they really need to include in their models to ensure that they're having the largest, positive impact that they can have.
I mean, that's what we do every day with the Share platform, because one of the things that we find, and this is why I wanted to make the point that there's no resource for mental health data that is centralized enough that we can use this in a way to develop mental health technologies. It always starts with the data. And when you start training the models, something that Tony said, it's you have a convenient sample. You can't control who comes to you. But we have to understand that when we develop anything technological, whether it's a device, an algorithm, software, no matter what we develop it over and what the data is or the population groups that come, I believe that we'll never get rid of bias, but we have to learn to manage it. In other words, be conscious of the data that you have and the populations that you use. Sorry. And keep the transparency open so that when someone else comes to use that tool, they understand the population that you developed it on or the data that you developed it on. And then you use it with less determination, with less vigor in new populations until you test out that it really works. So it's not that we can get rid of these biases, but we have to be transparent, open the black box, let people understand what populations it works for, what it doesn't work for, and always be conscious that it could and I agree, nothing is ever intentional, but that there's a, a harm that can sometimes emerge that we don't even understand. And if we're conscious of it, then we're better to deal with it.
I would like to say that working with AI, there's way to do chatbots that can be specific for different issues that patients have, as well as a lot of times the bot that can learn how to better help and how to better serve someone. Um, a lot of the AI mental health apps that they're already using, they're working on managing stress, meditating, um, and just how to communicate with mental health professionals. And I'm very excited that things can be done so that people are going to be able to find a way to really have a little bit of assistance that will definitely take care of things when they cannot get to a provider, but then as well as it'll learn more about how to help people with that.
Thoughts? Step one, or thing one, everybody focus up. There is no such thing as unbiased data. Don't use the word unbiased. Crazy word to use. Bias mitigated data, bias attentive data, maybe, but there's no such thing as unbiased data. It can't happen. There's too much that is latent historically and socially into all the data we have that we've generated throughout all time, and the individuals that have been there to clean it, and the individuals that have been there to impute and to make the decisions about how to impute things that we might not even think about. Most participants in most sociological studies are college students. Historical fact. Okay, now we know that. Maybe we can do better about making sure that we don't just go constantly ask questions about sociological and psychological studies on college students because they happen to be convenient because they're around the faculty and they happen to be easy to convince to do things with things like pizza. So I mean, I get it, that's easy. That's probably why it's happened historically. You can give them extra credit, easy things like this. But it's a problem for the data that exists in a lot of social science journals and work, which is going to propagate through and create biases in any conclusions that is developed off that data. And even if we start now being active and attentive in that particular case to try to find different populations, unless you just draw some golden line in the sand that says no study before the year 2024 is any longer considered acceptable, which would be an incredible and horrible thing to do, then you're always going to have that bias bleeding in. And there's other things that create bias that are even more inextricable. This is going to sound crazy, but I think it's interesting. There is a band in the southeast of the United States that has a huge amount of racial disparity. It has racial disparity now because of horrible historical facts about how work was done in the area. The reason why that work was done in that area is because for specific fertility in that soil that made it good to grow certain things. The fertility of that soil is because the Gulf of Mexico used to be up there before it receded some several million years ago. Right. And of course, the fact of the recession of the Gulf of Mexico isn't going to actually make some interesting difference because it's so long ago that we're not thinking about it anymore. But it doesn't change the weird, interesting fact that there is a fact of the matter, geographical disparities and racial diversity, that interestingly happens to trace back to something so far in the past that we could never think about it, never consider it. And I know that's an extreme example and you're going to go, Tony, you're off your rocker. But in philosophy, we have something called bright lines and robustness, where there's has to be something interesting on one side of the line versus the other. Go find me that robust bright line in history where all of a sudden it's recent enough or active enough that it's no longer absurd like the recession of the Gulf of Mexico, but not as recent as 20th century sociological experiments are generally done on college students. Like where is that bright line? Is it people who had access to Arabic science earlier? Is it people who were under the Roman Empire? Is it people who were under the English Empire? Is it people who, like, who knows? All of that is so far in all the things we do and all the ways we learn things that bias is forever going to be there. And if you go in to try to fix the bias as a human, you're going to add more bias. And if you go in to try to impute information to correct for bias, you're going to add more bias. So you just have to be as assertive and careful as possible to make sure we do everything to correct for and mitigate those biases, which is, I think, one of the things you'll notice about the title of this panel. It says advancing diversity. Right, I want to emphasize that. It's advancing. This is a positive requirement, not a negative requirement. For those who don't know, a negative requirement is thou shalt not. A positive requirement is thou shall. We are not just saying protect diversity. We're not just saying don't be non-diverse. We're saying go out there and advance it, do specific things and make specific efforts to do better. And the things that we can do to do better, as been mentioned by everybody here, is to actively engage in every opportunity we have to make conscious and appropriate decisions that are ethically informed by good policy and that are mindful of the people who are going to receive the care at the end of the day, whenever you do any sort of mental health development or research or what have you.
And I just want to add to what you just said, Tony, because I think it was spot on. But the one piece that, because I totally agree with what you're saying about data and that biases will never just go away. But one way that we can also help with this consciousness is to engage the communities that you're developing tools for. Because if you don't engage them, you don't know what really works for them. And although they don't know the technical aspects of things, they do know the socio-cultural, psychosocial things of what you're trying to do. And when you get ready to implement it without that cultural, psychosocial aspect, you're going to fail. So it's best to have them, and I don't mean just community people, I mean any consumer, any constituent that is you plan to use that device for, because they're going to help you mitigate biases, mitigate and expand the use of your technologies.
So kind of getting at the flip side of this, when it comes to ensuring that health IT does, advance diversity, are there any variables or indicators or anything like that that we can look at to kind of ensure that this type of technology is having a positive impact, and kind of using that as a springboard to ensuring that health IT is, having a very positive impact or a better impact, on some of these minority populations?
I can give you data from COVID. The fact that we had health IT, it helped their mental health status. So that's a positive thing from COVID.
Yeah, I feel like maybe I misunderstood the question, but I feel like the answer is standard analysis techniques. Like I run a cost benefit analysis probably, maybe a pestle or a SWOT. Do you have something? Do you have ways to do this that are interesting?
No, I was going to say because of the makeup of, especially us here in America, it's so many different groups that are affected, and to be able to get information from all of the groups, which may not be in every community, but it's something that you'd have to do. And when you talk about minority, it's not just minorities that were here before. There's people that come to America, and they're a minority as well, in terms of there's a lower group of them. And so we have to just make sure that we are reaching out to as many groups as possible and addressing the different mental health disparities that they have, and just making sure that the information is going to get out, and the different things that are developed to help people will go all across the circle, all across. And doesn't matter what group you're from, but if you're having a mental health crisis or you're having some mental health issues, you'll be able to use that platform in order to get some assistance, or even if it's just making an appointment with somebody that's in your area and having some follow-up.
I think I've understood the question better. So it isn't like what method would you use to analyze the data, it's what specific data points would you try to prioritize when doing your analysis, I think is the question. If that's the case, then so let's pretend it's a VA medical center that's out in let's hope one doesn't really exist in Big Bend, Kansas, because I don't want to throw a medical center under the bus. So if there is one out there, I'm very sorry, Big Bend. But so the medical center in Big Bend, Kansas, right, and it's traditionally serves a whole bunch of middle-aged white guys, because that's generally what's in the middle of Kansas. In my experience, I don't know for certain. how would I think about, okay, well, I recognize that not the entirety of my population is this. I know that from Veteran Census, and I know from the Veterans Benefit Administration that there are a decent number of women veterans out here, that I have a not insubstantial minority population in Wichita that I should be drawing from. I'm going to go try to get those people. So maybe I do some outreach, maybe I do some community events, maybe I leverage veterans, spouses, help, but however I get these people, right? Okay, so now how am I going to make sure that I actually got an increased diversity inside? So I suppose I would look at things like just the racial mix of my daily, like who is coming in, who's getting treatment. I would look at racial mixture of the people applying for my jobs to see not only is the reach of the individuals who I'm going to treat going to increase diversity to better reflect my population, but are the individuals who are going to do that treatment going to better reflect my population? I might make sure that if I am doing outreach through traditional methods, that I'm hitting zip codes, making sure that I'm not missing a county or a code that is a population that I'm trying to dodge. Try to things like that, like try to attack it directly, I think. I wouldn't use proxy data in this case because proxy data is going to have too much other stuff in it. So I couldn't just look at like total number seen, or I couldn't look at the mix of conditions that I'm getting. I'd have to look very specifically at the actual humans who are coming into the facility and seeing who they are. And if I'm not getting an increased mix, then I'm not being successful. And if I am getting an increased mix, but they're not staying for treatment, then I'm being successful at getting them in the door, but I'm having a failure somewhere in my service. And if I'm getting more people in the door that are coming for treatment and staying for treatment, then I guess I have the data that indicates that I've been successful. Does that help?
I, I think though with the COVID showed us that telehealth, even for mental health, suicide ideation, having chatbots, like Dr. Walker mentioned, actually helps people with mental health disorders. It actually decreased the suicide rates in because those of people who had access to these kind of mobile technologies. But I think what we have to be mindful of is that we know that telemedicine works. We know that telehealth works, especially for mental health and support groups. And we see this even in Facebook and other realms where you get people together like you. You can have online chats. But we also have to keep in mind, especially mental health population groups don't have these technologies available to them. Only the higher functioning ones might, which I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but we also have to think of how do we reach the severely mentally ill that are living in our streets and going into prisons, because that's the only way they get care. They don't have access to these technologies. How do we reach those populations?
I am, excuse me, I think you brought up a really good point there, when it comes to accessing some of these apps or other, technologies. I know, for example, the VA has set up or kind of expanded the crisis line. They have the 988+1 Veterans Crisis Line to, help veterans, in crisis, reach out to a suicide prevention coordinator or someone else to kind of help with some of this care. But, stepping back a bit, we have a society have, improved, when it comes to the stigma around mental health. It's more common now for people to see a therapist, to talk openly about some of these issues. So, some of the technology that's out there, like, Dr. Duran mentioned, how can we, better target some of this or make it more inclusive when it comes to helping minority populations? Because, there is a stigma in some societies, not to, keep pointing at the VA, but I know, some, veterans, they don't want to be open about, their experiences and needing help. So how do we better target some of these solutions? Because I know the VA has done a lot. They are using AI, for example, to try to predict veterans at a high risk of suicidal ideation and kind of target the care more directly at them. But how do we offer some of these solutions that are more accessible? Because again, what Dr. Duran mentioned is some of these solutions aren't accessible, so they're not reaching the community that they need to reach. So kind of moving forward, how do we, tailor some of these health IT solutions to ensure that they are actually reaching these communities?
Okay. So there's two parts to this. Is it going to get to the right people? And then once it gets to them, are they going to have uptake? The former question, I'm going to punt because I believe that both of my associates are far better qualified to speak to it than I am. I want to stab the other half of the question if I can, which is how do you get uptake? Because uptake is a problem with veterans often, as you have noted. Couple things. One, I suggest using something like a model card. If you don't know what a model card is, it's boiling down the function of a software or an AI model into something very simple that can fit on one slide. Usually has as little amount of information on it as possible to convey the message clearly. You do well to make model cards in multiplicity for a given model. So for a good model card system, you will have a model card for your model that is designed for somebody who knows AI really, really well, who might have to come do QA or maintenance on your model. A slightly differently written, slightly less intense one for the practitioner who might have to use your model. A significantly less complex one for the patient who might have to use your model. And then you vary the patient one. You might have to have one for children. You might have to have one for people who are perhaps less mentally acute, probably have them in different languages depending on your service area, to make sure that the people can get the information about the thing that they might decide to use and might choose to use, or the thing that might be used upon them in a model's case, and have as good information as they can, both because that gives them comfort, and because educated users, I suggest, are better all around, and it helps with informed consent because it actually gives you information as opposed to just giving you words that hopefully you understand, which is in fact not information. So these are good things. Other things we try to do is we try to use modern technologies you mentioned in ways that are appealing. So for my PTSD and suicidality study, we use wearables and multi-omic analysis from saliva, blood, and stool. Right, for that wearable, we could have given them some clunky thing developed in a lab that maybe gave us more data that we want about skin galvanization or interbeat intervals for their heart. But what they're going to want is something neat, so we decided to go with the best Fitbit we could afford within the discount we could get for Fitbit, because those people want to have the Fitbit on their wrist. Fitbit is cool, right? We could have had them go onto a web portal, which was the old version of the study before I got it, to submit long-form old school surveys or to respond to surveys in something that looked very boring and government in blue and gray and square boxes that look like Windows 95. And we decided instead, hey, we should make this on an app. Make sure that that app has a good UI, UX, break these surveys and studies down into ways where it's more accessible and more interesting and more bite-sized, so there's more comfort with the experience and it's in more digestible bits. And I think patterns like that, to make sure that the person who you're going with is informed and has things about the technology you're trying to get them to use that are appealing to them without going too far and making it like, how to put it? What's that word? Condescending. You don't want to condescend, right? You want to explain without being condescending. You want to make sure that the UI is interesting without making it look like Neopets. That might be too aged of a reference. Making it look like Netflix. Like these sorts of things. I think the uptake is key, because you can have, I've said this in 1,000 panels, you can write the best policy, you can have the best technology, but if at the end of the day the person's not going to use it or not know how to use it, then all you've done is have a masturbatory academic exercise, which is not generally useful to anybody.
I agree with that, but then once again, we have to look at the resources. What are they able to do? Some people probably may not even have internet, so we have to think about what other things can be done. I know there's some of the communities may be able to have where people can come in and do things, but depending on the health, where they are in their health journey, with mental health, it may not be possible, or they may not want to go in where people are. So it's a tough situation in terms of trying to figure out how can we reach more people if they're not, like in my area, already in the hospital, if we can talk to them then, but once they leave, you don't know what's happening.
And I just, for me, we, meaning the people in this room and in this field, it is our challenge to think outside of the box. And we're so comfortable with the kinds of things that we already do. But we need to challenge ourselves with this in mind. Not everyone has access to technologies. Not everyone will wear a wearable device because they don't trust it. Not everyone will understand the value of having like a device that monitors them. And the more they have mental health challenges, it is probably likely they're going to be less likely to do all of these things. So it is our responsibility to meet people where they are, not to try to make people come to us. And what I mean by that is large language models are doing remarkable in reaching people because they don't have to know technology. I can talk to Alexa, I can talk to Siri, I can get all kinds of information just by speaking. So that helps one barrier. But then we have to think about people can't afford these devices. They're also going to wear them and lose them. They're going to wear them and take them off. They're going to wear them and throw them away. So how do we put this kind of information in places where people that are homeless go, people that are low resource go? Libraries, laundromats, barbershops. If we want to do what we're saying in this room, reach the people, then we have to go where they are. We can't expect them to be where we are. So I challenge all of us to think outside of the box. And how do you develop technologies that don't require skill and are in places where people who are less resourced go?
You bring up a very good point about accessibility, and one of the things that we haven't really talked about too much, we've talked about LLMs, we've talked about wearables, is some of the health IT solutions that are actually out there that show promise. So I did want to ask about that, in your respective fields, whether it's research or actually, inpatient care. Are there any, health IT solutions geared toward minority communities that are showing particular promise or that you believe could be used as a model to kind of, target care better in these settings?
I know, I'm like, yeah, I'm in the care setting, but we go face to face.
Or in any setting,
We go face
research,
to face. Yeah. So, no, there's times when they can, and once again, we're dealing with people that are able to have technology. So giving them any information or being able to put something on their phone that they can communicate with is going to be different than people that are out in the community that don't have the access to that. But there's a lot of follow-up and a lot of information that can get to the patients after they have even left us so that they can continue. We have the Non-Intrepid Center that's right across the street from where we are, that takes care, we call it the NICO, they take care of our veterans who have had brain injuries and difficulties, and they set them up with different things. I have not been over there in some years because but I know that they have good follow-up with them, and a lot of the patients do follow through until they're ready or feel they don't need to.
I can also, at NIH and many of the biomedical arenas, we're developing technologies that kind of almost looks science fiction like, right? Because there are virtual reality therapies for psychosis treatment. And you put on your virtual reality glasses and you deal with psychosis through this kind of mechanism. There are technologies like transcranial magnetic stimulation to overcome drug resistance. There's things like brain implants to improve long-term care for anxiety and depression. We also have technologies for non-invasive brain stimulation that's almost like a pacemaker that you put on the skull to help with the shifting brain activity patterns. There's all kinds of technologies like this that are being developed. They're not affordable to everyone. They're still in the process of getting clearance, but these are the kinds of things that once, like if you have a cochlea implant and you put it on there, it always helps you to hear, and you don't remove the device, and it doesn't matter if you don't understand it. It's because now you can hear. we're developing these kind of technologies for the brain as well, but they're not in a place where accessible to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Duran's right, there's an awful lot of cool stuff. A lot of it's not accessible, a lot of it's expensive. Not a whole ton of it is minority targeting specifically. I suppose most of the medical industry tries to not do that. But one thing that I think nobody mentioned that I've been finding really cool, which is probably going to be an out of left field answer, is, although it kind of relates to the VR goggle treatment, is increases in technological ability to move machinery and treatment abilities like on trucks to places. Doing our brain scans on special operators, and for a little while we had to ask them to drive from Fort Liberty to Durham to do it, was nuts, because then I'm taking somebody out the field for basically a full day to drive to Durham, sit in the machine, whatever. Managed to get myself an MRI in a trailer, parked it out back behind their clinic, and now you just have to hustle a few hundred yards, right? Freaking amazing. Right now, imagine if I could drive that MRI or drive a women's health clinic in the back of a semi and take it out to no man's land, West Virginia, right? Instead of trying to expect those people to find a way to make it to Huntington to get to the Huntington Medical Center. Like, that's really cool. And that's IT stuff, right? There are a lot of IT technologies and making sure that those compressors and insulators and shock correctors and that the resonance compensates for things and all this other stuff is an IT solution. And it is modern, it is a current, and it's not something we usually talk about. And I think it's really cool.
Thank you. I think we have time for maybe one or two questions. If anyone out there has a quick one. Thanks.
I just thought Tom was really excited to ask a question.
See one back there.
I actually have one in my back pocket too.
Just your name and affiliation. All right, good to see you, Tom. Hey, good morning. This is Chris McNair. I run the healthcare space as a medical laboratory. Just a quick question. What are your thoughts on the AI and the bias when it comes to clinical significance, not just for VA, but community hospitals and that network as well, leveraging the technology outside of the actual physician?
I can tell you we deal with this constantly because we are that bridge between AI and care. And at this stage of AI development, there should always be human interaction with an AI decision. Because AI, although in many realms we see that, like in chatbots, that they're actually maybe more compassionate than a physician might do in studies. We're showing that AI can oftentimes predict things that or see things that physicians missed or radiologists missed. So it has its benefit, and we should continue developing it. But at this stage, there should always be human physician, care provider interaction and make a joint decision with AI.
I agree fully. If you just mean significance, like will AI have a positive impact on the experience and care that people have, significance, yes, and that's good. If you mean significant as in should AI make clinically significant decisions that dictate care or treatment starts or stops or how much is done, that should not happen yet. There is no model out there that's anywhere near good enough. There definitely needs to be humans in the loop for all these things. If for no other reason than even some of the best models being written right now and have generated right now that show high levels of reliability, show them in specific populations because of data bias, which isn't generalizable. It's not a crazy theme we've talked about 100 times today. So like if you're talking about clinically significant decision making, AI at best should be a thing that gives a clinician access to more information and one other brain helping them think through it than they would otherwise.
And it also doesn't give morals and ethics and cultural understanding.
That's true. Value disalignment is a big issue, right? It is a completely legitimate strategy to end all human suffering by killing all humans. It is logically consistent to do so. But I assure you that's not what we mean if we go make a big AI like DeepThink and ask it to end all human sadness.
Well, thanks for that. Hopefully, we're moving in the right direction. That'll reduce the need for warning and concerns for second, third opinions if you can just confide in the physician, bridging the gap with the technology to do that from the onset.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't have to walk far. We've got another question right here.
Hi, my name is Fatina Al-Masri. I know I'm gonna ask again science fiction. You know how sometimes like some people in the movie they put chips in it. So do you guys get to that futuristic? You put chip in suicide, like if a person like have suicidal things, so you study all the behavior, or if they're gonna commit suicide, then it's shocking. That say, hey, you just like bring them back. Do you have that by any chance, or are you thinking of that? Thank you.
Those are the technologies I just kind of mentioned. With the brain stimulation and the implants they put on the skull. So yes, they're working on it.
Yeah, for our suicide and PTSD, it's not quite that exciting. But the idea, and we're having some indications that we might be on the right path, is that there probably are behavioral or biological indicators that happen reliably a certain amount of time before the instance of a PTSD or suicidality episode. So we're getting close and have a lot of people trying to figure out what those signals are. And once we do, I don't think it'd be a large stretch to have some automated intervention. Particularly find out if it's something weird, like your zinc level crashes and then you have an episode, then we'll just stick a load of zinc in your arm and have a little like regulator that shoots it every time your brain goes weird and you're fixed. So I mean, I think first we have to figure out what we would correct for, like what the electroshock does or what the thing we need to do with the little chip in your arm is. Once we have that, deploying it in such a way, super easy. Because we already do that for like birth control and diabetes and things. There's a lot of implantable versions for that. So it'd be the same, just different technology or different application of the same technology.
I have one question. We've seen the epidemic of drugs, and it's very correlated to mental health. And it just seems like our drugs are more powerful that are on the street. We're losing 100,000 people a year. How does that hurt, the mental health? And then you're getting dragged into being homeless and the addiction issues.
Well, I think that the and I admire Dr. Nora Volkoff for doing this, who's the director of NIDA at NIH, and she clearly made it through research that drug addiction is a brain disorder. It's not a behavioral disorder. So the idea that we're also looking at is kind of what Tony just said. And one of the technologies that I mentioned is actually looking at drug addiction. And so when you can stimulate that section of the brain or deal with addiction of the brain, then we can try to mitigate a lot of this results from addiction to drugs. And it is a very big problem that we need to address. And one of the technologies is really looking at that. It's transcranial magnetic stimulation to overcome drug addiction.
Yeah, they had something on 60 Minutes a couple months ago on that. It was really fascinating.
Yeah, it's amazing what we're doing. And part of it is NIH about 15 years ago launched a brain initiative. And it was really trying to understand all the different segments of the brain and how it interacts and works. The problem is, and thank God for AI, because we can develop simulations of the brain, because obviously you can't just open someone's brain up to see how it works. But because of technologies, we can understand this better. And I agree with what Tony says. Once we understand how something works, developing the technology to get to it is nothing, but we have to understand it.
I think we got a little time. Okay.
I just have another promising technology, digital twinning, what Dr. Duran was just talking about. You should look it up if you don't know what it is. It's pretty exciting. You can digital twin whatever the heck you want, a human or a ship or whatever you need to play around with without hurting it. It's really cool.
But in digital twinning, and it's what we call generative AI, we also know that if you take too many iterations of that model, it also collapses. So we have to use this with digital generative AI with cautions.
Ahmed Mohammed, I'm a small business owner. I'm not a healthcare expert, but my question is based on my personal observation and personal experience. When it comes to any problem, including healthcare, prevention is better than cure. So when it comes to healthcare, how are you leveraging the information you have regarding mental health in shaping the policies of the government? Especially you have PTSD, for example, it's either biological or environmentally induced effect. So how are you leveraging the mental health data that you have in shaping government policies so that you go for prevention rather than curing and complaining about stigmas?
Okay.
I was going to just say that I think in answering your question, you have to keep two things separate from each other. I think what we do, like in research and in government, the veterans, SAMHSA, anything in HHS, we see the importance of mental health as much as physical health. And so many efforts are put into both. Government does not make decisions about how payers pay. So we can't influence what an insurance company covers or who gets insurance, and the disparity oftentimes is in that realm. It's in the payer realm, because oftentimes healthcare insurance coverage minimally covers mental health issues or not covered at all under many plans. That is a very different issue than what we can address in government.
Yeah, I think one of the things that hung me up on the question is I really think the answer is I wish it was more and we could do more. We talk about federal level policy and legislation. There are a lot of reasons for documents of that level to not get into a depth of specificity where they are going to maybe make carve-outs or specifically name efforts for like mental health specifically or mental health for veterans specifically. It'd be cool if they did, but they generally don't. Generally, we talk about what we want to do when we prioritize mental health prevention instead of care, for instance, as we're talking about what insurance will pay for is a great point. We're also talking about hospital level policy and agency level policy more than we're really talking about federal policy. We can help to make sure in the VHA, for instance, it would be within the power of people similar to me to push for the VHA to change how it prioritizes the use of data and funds for mental health. And how do we do that? By having a lot of good mental health programs that show strong evidence that convince senior leadership that there's benefit to be gained from increasing that investment. And so we ask them to do so. Generally, hopefully not taking bread from our fellows elsewhere. But your actual question, like the true, what can we do to influence federal level policy as just researchers and doctors practicing mental health? Probably not a lot. And that's maybe not bad, because if we start trying to create a world where high level federal policy gets into the nitty gritty of actions at like agency and practitioner levels, it's going to be a big old mess and impossible to navigate and impossible to update and maybe not the best. So I think the focus is agency level policy, hospital level policy, and I think you can influence that by putting your money where your mouth is and showing good results and positive benefits.
Great. Well, I think that's all the questions we have. So thank you so much again to our panelists.
Great panel. I think this applies to everybody in the room. You know somebody that might be struggling. So great one. I learned a lot. We're going to take a little break, and then we are going to come back with some tech talks and some panels. So we'll get you back here in about 20 minutes. Grab some coffee, get some food. Okay, the 90s chill music has been turned off, so that means we're ready to go again. I don't know if you noticed the background music. It was funny. Yeah, it was awesome, yes. Reminded me after I got out of college. Anyway, we are going to do a couple lightning talks. Gary's not coming next, but remember, Gary, it's a lightning talk. 7.5 minutes, and our first lightning talk the official first lightning talk of the Federal Health IT Summit is Willis Zhang, customer engineer for data analytics for Google for government. Willis, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, good to be with you all. My name is Willis. I am a healthcare architect here in Google Public Sector. A little bit about me. I was born and raised in Maryland, went to school in Philly. I actually worked at the hospital up there, Penn Hospital, in the pathology department. I also learned how to dance like a Philadelphian. Since then, I've come back to Maryland with my family. That is my son, who just learned how to ride a bike. The eye doctor says that he doesn't have depth perception, so I am quite proud of what he's been able to achieve. So professionally, Google Public Sector, we still get the call from Mother Google to make this vision a reality, organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. What I do and what my team does, we transform disease detection, diagnose, and help improve people's lives by making the world's health data accessible, interoperable, and useful. If you talk to experts in the healthcare industry, they don't say that there's like a technology problem. The buzzword out there is workforce burnout. So you hear that. Here are some crazy numbers for us, for folks who can't see. I'm bringing our attention to physicians, specifically into pathology specialty. Percent of physicians under age 40 is minuscule. Those who should not be working, 65 and older, retirement age, that comprises 26%. It gets crazier in other specialties like neurology. For comparison, in a thriving economy or market, when like you have people that can do replacement for the labor force, that number for percent under age 40, it should be closer to 60 to 65%. And you're looking at the teens here for those physicians. And then there's a double crunch, right? These people who are over 65, they will start to create more demand on the healthcare system itself. So it's gonna crunch the supply. Of course, this isn't a US problem. This is happening around the world, not enough specialties and physicians to go around. Burnout, both for the clinician giving care, but also for anyone who works with clinical data and healthcare systems, those things are really hard to manage, very hard to navigate. Take, for example, you want to figure out the history of a patient and their antibiotics. How do you get that information on a health record? Today, if you search the word antibiotics, you get nothing, right? That word isn't going to be seen in the health record. Instead, you have to search maybe specific antibiotics and all their abbreviations, and then it's just one big if statement. This is not going to scale. Thankfully, before then, actually, the health records themselves, you notice if you've been in the field, doctors and nurses, they kind of copy each other's notes over and over, like in a copy forward, and that creates a bunch of noise. Google for decades has basically solved this through the internet, right? How do we minimize noise and surface only the most relevant responses? And so let's take this to the healthcare record. Let's take it to the healthcare domain. This is an experience. It is not vaporware. We have hundreds of customers using this medical large language model in their provider setting, but this is also for research. I'm doing a history retrieval on this patient's diabetes, right? Their syndromedy. You may have not noticed it, but we had CKD in there. We know insulin problems cause chronic kidney disease. We have a foot exam. We know that the PDF is related to that. So think of Google image search. Glaucoma is like when things get serious, we have a retinopathy report. All these things come together versus in a typical healthcare or EHR system, look at all these like data domains, right? The documents and the reports and the studies. It would take hours to get the same information we just got here in seconds. ABX is a common abbreviation for antibiotics. We know all of the antibiotics and the allergens, the allergy intolerance that this patient had. The demo is ramping up at this point. We did simple information retrieval. Now we're asking questions that require a bit of medical intelligence. Why are they taking aspirin? It is not because they have a headache, but it's to control their the coronary and blood vessel issues. Okay. So that for the researcher, this helps them, especially when they're doing clinical trials, just like, what is the longitudinal history of this patient? Pretty straightforward experience. Researchers who also touch publications, want to get cited, want to see their resources, you're very familiar. They go to PubMed. But the actual histories that they work with, they look like this, right? There is a summary that they get from maybe a doctor's note, and they summarize it. And what they do with PubMed is they try to get the most relevant papers based on this particular diagnosis. But if they take this text and put it into PubMed straight up, PubMed's not built to search on that very large query. Not to knock PubMed, that's actually running in our cloud. But what if we had unlimited filters, right? We took that entire text, and based on our persona, like, I'm going to tell PubMed that I'm coming at it from a pediatric oncology lens, and I want them to look at this as if they're on a leukemia tumor board. I paste the case notes as it exists, exactly from my health record. And then I ask it to retrieve those documents in PubMed that are most related to that case. So this is already much better than what we had, in the last experience, but let's also have a summary as well as the complicated combinational therapies that it would recommend based on those papers. So that's cool. And this is actually used, maybe you didn't see it, but a pediatric oncology unit in the Netherlands is using that in production. Medical coding for our defense partners, they want to know if they're ready to deploy. So they have not just the doctors, but the nurses, they have information, but let's just have them dictate that information and grab a CPT code or SNOMED code based on that, so we have correct coverage and know if we're ready to deploy. I'm skipping here, I have very little time. All the things that I'm talking about don't even touch the patient. This is not front-end clinical work. We're talking about back office research administrative tasks, and that's where we would start. Everything after that, like we heard in the last talk, we should wait for the models to become better guided by humans at this point. But I hope you found this interesting. Thank you for the time. I'll pass it off.
Hang on, I'm not done with you yet. Just a question on hallucinations. Have you looked into hallucinations going out to the entire internet or going on your own corpus? Is there fewer? How does that really work? Because when you're relying on medical records, at least that could be your corpus.
If you use Gemini or Claude or ChatGPT, sometimes things become fictional. These things that we deliver to customers, especially the government, but obviously to our providers, these things do not go out to the internet. They are grounded on, there's a quality metric for the research that we actually ground the AI to. Grounding is the term, to make sure it doesn't go beyond the bounds of that fact. So this medical large language model, for instance, it can pass the physician step exams, so at least passes that muster.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. Round of applause. We have a generative AI working group, and the chair of that, Frank Indiviglio, he's a CTO of NOAA, and he refers to generative AI as being able to have a conversation with your data. And I think Willis's presentation shows how valuable that is. If I'm a doctor, it's almost like witchcraft. Like, how do I figure out what's going on? I don't have access to all the data. We know percentages in the World Series of poker, but we don't know what the possible diagnoses are. And this is a monstrous tool that I think is going to be something we really are going to be seeing a lot more of in the future. Of course, it's got to be tested. We got to do it safely. Responsible AI has been a big theme of this summit. Next, Gary Bratt is here. He's the VP of Public Sector's Imperium, and he's going to try to scare you, which is not going to take much. And if real life is any indication, the problems we have with cyber, I believe our ATARC website is being attacked right now that we're working on from an outside influence in Eastern Europe. So, Gary?
Yeah, thank you. Half an hour?
7.5 minutes, but we'll give you a little leeway.
Okay. All right, so is that on? I'm Gary Brott, Vice President of Public Sector at Imperium. And my interest in healthcare.
A little closer to your
Oh,
mouth.
sorry.
Yeah.
Does that help? Okay, so Imperium in public sector also includes government healthcare for federal and SWED. And I have a personal interest in this because I used to work at Mayo Clinic for about 4.5 years. And then I moved to Unisys and I ran cybersecurity and healthcare for Unisys. So watching what's going on in healthcare, in hospitals, and how 48% of them have been shut down in the last 6 months, I thought I would expose you to some things. So I put together some slides. And there's a lot of data in these slides. If you stop over and you just let them know, they will give you the presentation, or you can ask ATARC and they can give it to you also. So I'm just going to pour through this pretty quick, okay? So 2017 was kind of a watermark when all of a sudden everything started going away from the desktop and into mobile. And mobile really is the modern workplace. And I talk a lot about that in my talks. I say, you know, as more and more younger people enter the workforce, they want to do everything on mobile. And what's driving this a lot is the fact that if you look at this, COVID-19 hit us, right? And when COVID-19 hit us, it was really another watermark in the sense that everything was inside the perimeter. Hospitals and healthcare centers were spending millions of dollars on edge servers and firewalls, and everything was working really well. Then what happened is COVID-19 hit, and boom, all of a sudden everybody was sent home, right? And remote patient monitoring came into play, and there was a lot of things going on. And there was one agency here in town that had over 100,000 users using mobile threat defense. And then what happened? They gave them 100,000 iPads, sent them home. So to do remote patient monitoring. And one of the things that happened was that give somebody an iPad, a Chromebook, or whatever, or their phone, and then they start putting their personal stuff on the devices, right? So you have apps and you have the phone, and what happened is all of a sudden these apps became very susceptible to attacks, all right, as well as the device. And I was at a federal agency here in town. It's kind of intriguing. The person that runs cybersecurity for the agency was with me, and we were in a Cosi restaurant across from the agency, and employees were coming over and getting their coffee and stuff. As we were sitting there, her phone got attacked. Okay, somebody was sitting over in the corner with one of these cheap devices. I'll leave the name off because I don't want to promote it, but her phone was being attacked. And about 20 minutes later, some people come over with our earbuds, took that person away, and life went on. But the point of it is what was happening, there was a man in the middle attack taking place, and her phone was being attacked, okay? So that took place. So what are the challenges? What people tend to talk about is 4 things. They talk about network, phishing, malware, and platform. And what's important on this slide is not so much the individual stuff. If you notice, everything's going up, and it's going up fast. And what a lot of people are doing is not paying attention to it. And the truth of it is that there's a couple of things to look at. I have an iPhone, and we have, if you look at the platform, down at the bottom it says 80% of iOS versions last year were actively exploited at some point. Now, I don't know how many of you get requests to upgrade your iOS, you know, once a month, a couple times every quarter. And if you don't do that, your phone is at risk, your iPad's at risk, your apps are at risk. Okay, so anyhow, moving. I work a lot with the American Hospital Association. A lot of you guys are tied to that, and they talk about 3 cybersecurity risks coming out of COVID-19. And if you notice, these are very important. A lot of people don't think about the medical devices in the hospitals. We have our SDK embedded in some of these things, right? And to protect them. The other thing is where a lot of people just continue to get hit is with malware on phishing attacks. And the reality of it is that there's all kinds of companies that want to give your employees training, and we've been through it. And I can tell you, as a cybersecurity company, our employees will fail on the phishing attacks because they're so sophisticated. So it does happen. Okay. 2 weeks ago, I live in North Dallas, and I opened up WFAA.com. I was looking for some information around the weather because if you know Texas, we get hit all the time with bad weather, right? And up pops this whole story about this hospital out in Lubbock, Texas. The interesting part of it is that they had a ransomware attack, and if you read the story out on Google, you will find out that there's not another level 1 trauma center within 400 miles. Okay, so what happened was when IT took everything down out of their network, all of a sudden ambulances were being diverted, and patients were being put at risk, and blah blah blah. In 2021, how many of you know about the baby that died in the Alabama hospital because of a cyber attack? You know it well. So here, I'll give you the short version. Probably one of the first ransomware attacks where that was attributed to a direct death that took place. Young mom went into the hospital to deliver a baby, and they had a ransomware attack. So the IT director took down the IT network, and she went in and had a scan done and showed the umbilical cord around the baby's neck. So what happened? The technician sent a text message to the OB/GYN doctor saying, "Hey, we need, it needs to be a C-section, right?" OB/GYN doctor never got the message, and the baby ended up dying because they did a natural childbirth. So these things are very serious, and that hospital has been inundated with lawsuits because of that, and you can only imagine what happened. Whoops, let me back up. Sorry. Why is this not going? There it is. When you talk about risk with mobile, and ATARC does a wonderful job with this, and with the different groups, and you look at it in healthcare, there's a lot of things that are going on with the FDA and HIPAA around compliance, because a lot of people don't realize, for example, I live in Texas, and I use Baylor app on my phone. The app is not protected. Okay, so what happened is because the apps are not protected, they're out of compliance. All right, so if something happens, Baylor Hospital is at a major risk because of that. So one of the things you should make sure is that you're in compliance with HIPAA and the FDA around the apps as well as the mobile devices. Okay. And the fact of the matter is, it's all around patient data, right? What you're going to find is let me show you. Before I get to that, there's one other thing I wanted to show you. Stats come out saying 48% of all hospitals have been shut down in the last 6 months due to ransomware attacks. What's fascinating, if you look at the ransomware attacks that have been out there and some of these are pretty old, years, and hospitals still are not protecting their devices from that. And what's fascinating is if you look at that bottom line right there, it says that no protection for any vulnerabilities. 1/5 of all the hospitals have no protection at all. Think about that against ransomware attacks, right? That's pretty daunting when you think about that. I added some things here that if you pick up the PowerPoint, it's just for your edification. Our team last week looked at some of the latest ransomware groups and attacks that are going out there. And this is more of a data slide for your information. It's not ending. It's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? What's fascinating about this is if you look at the data out there, and I talk about PubSec, so I'm looking at federal, and I'm looking at SLED, and I'm looking at government community hospitals, federal hospitals, and I'm looking at university hospitals. That means that there's over 2,000 of those. okay, that we take care of on our side, and then on the other side of the business, they take care of the rest of them. But if you look at that second column there, if you look at number 9, you will see that stolen healthcare records are 10x, worth 10x what a credit card record is worth. So think about that. So if the average healthcare record sells for $408, which I have on the slide, um, and the credit card record sells for $148. If you follow the money, you can see why hospitals are ripe for attacks, and more people are going in that direction. Okay, and then if you look down under hot topics, the first line there is a ransomware attack on a hospital now is up $10 million, and that's the first time. All right, so you can see why some of these hospitals are being highly leveraged when there's a ransomware attack, because it's all about the patient data. It's not about the medical data, right? People are after the patient data. Why is that? They know that you're going to pay. You're going to pay to get those keys back as fast as you can, right? And the reason you're going to pay to get those keys back is if it comes out in the press that your hospital has had a ransomware attack and you're holding back not paying that, do you think that patient's going to come to that hospital the next time around they need to go? No. They're losing a lot of patients, okay? What's interesting is if you look at the Verizon report that came out this past year, they highlight what I'm talking about. Really, what are people after? They're after the personal data. They're not after the medical data. All right? If they have the personal data, you're going to pay. You're going to pay quick, right? So, biggest problem that hospitals have and clinics and stuff is really on the financial side. They're all getting hit hard. They're getting hit fast, and a lot of medical facilities and hospitals are under the assumption that they're okay if they have an MDM solution. Okay, like AirWatch, companies like that, and they're not protected. They're not protected at all from a cyber attack on that device and that app. All right, and the other side of it is. I have down at the bottom, attackers can phish credentials from an EMR instance without having to compromise the network. So it's not behind the firewall anymore. Why? Because in that slide I showed you, a lot of people are working right from home and stuff like that. Right. And I have some key takeaways here for you that if you get it, it'll help you as you look to how to protect your network, how to protect your devices. And it's all about building self-defending apps. If you're using a third party to build your apps, for example, you want to make dang sure that there's nothing wrong with that app. It's not at risk. And I'm not talking about just scanning it and making sure it's okay. I'm talking about when it's actually running in a runtime, okay? And for those of you that are interested, you can go to zimperium.com. You can download the threat report and see everything I was showing you. Thank you.
Hang on 1 second while I have you up here. And what do we see in the first panel? And the one good thing that came out of pandemic is that we started using remote healthcare. I mean, my mom never wants to leave her house. She doesn't want to be at the hospital. I think it's a fantastic, but here we've extended the threats. You've worked in financial, you worked in every sector in government. Why is healthcare the worst? And it's pretty unarguable. They're the worst sector for cybersecurity.
Well, it's two things. One is that obviously you're dealing with patient data that you don't want exposed, so your hospital is at risk. Number two is, quite honestly, IT gets the last bucket of money in a hospital, so they get they put the last little bit of money into it, and they don't have the protections they need. So.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate that. Very sobering presentation, but we can't hide on that. Next, we have Jory Heckman, who is with Fed News Network, and he's going to have a kind of a fireside chat with one of our favorites, which he'll introduce. Hello, Remy. Jory here? Where's Jory? Okay. He's coming up. So when we have Jason, he does trivia. I don't know if Jory does the trivia. That's like would be no trivia today, huh? No radio trivia.
Good morning, folks. Thanks so much. Tom, thank you so much for the introduction, and looking forward to a fireside chat with Remy DeCausemaker, the open source lead for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services over at HHS. Remy, we had a pretty extensive prep call for this, and we unpacked a ton of things about the future of the IT workforce, particularly with CMS. And I think one thing that we hit on here that I'd love to just get the ball rolling here on is just the kinds of people that CMS are looking for, the kinds of skills that CMS is looking for to meet the challenges of the future.
Thank you, Jory, and thank you, ATARC, for having me. Lots of incredible content here already. It's a very sobering topic we just heard about. I think that one of the things that has really changed as far as what talent is coming down is the amount of risk that we have to deal with in our infrastructure, right? And not just the kind of risk that we're used to seeing with healthcare outcomes, but with the infrastructure around it. Software has eaten the world, right? And open source software has eaten software. So having the kinds of tools and skills where you can understand not just the task at hand, but where your application and where your work fits into the broader supply chain and how that fits into the broader delivery of value and aligns with the organizational goals. It's going to take a village, right? And really, it's for every one employee under the age of 30 in the federal government, there are 7 over the age of 50. So not just like what kind of people, but like people. We need people to show up. The federal retirement cliff is a serious issue that we need to address, and the more organizationally aware, the more adaptable, the more flexible you are, and the more technology background you have, the better you can serve in whatever capacity you're in. And software is an integral part of healthcare now.
Yeah, we've seen by the data that folks who are older in the federal government, they tend to stick around past that retirement age, but by definition, they can't stick around forever, and at some point they're going to retire, or the alternative, I guess. So just keep in mind that next generation of talent, bringing people who are younger, who have a passion for public service, and recruiting them. What is the pitch that agencies can make? What is the pitch that CMS is making to those people who are motivated and want to solve big, difficult problems?
Sure. So the best advice that I can give, especially for organizations that have not developed an early career talent pipeline, is to partner with existing organizations, whether that's inside of your company or your organization or on the outside. We have sort of 3 key pieces of our early career talent pipeline that we have been working with and partnering with in the past year, or no, 2 years now. There's a program called the Digital Core, which is run by the GSA, digitalcore.gsa.gov. It's a 2-year tour of duty for early career technologists who are recent graduates. As long as they meet the program requirements, they start out at a GS9. They get promoted up to a GS11 by the end of their 2-year term. So that's like getting 20 promotions in government speak. And at the end of it, you get a full-time job offer, not to mention a 50% recruitment incentive and public service loan forgiveness. I can look at any recent grad where there's been 400,000 plus layoffs in the tech sector in the past 4 years and say, this looks pretty good for your first gig out of school. And if you don't like the work you're doing, that's fine. Thank you for your service. 2 years later, you start off as a senior software engineer instead of just a junior software engineer. You help the country. You solve real world problems. We have 180 million users that depend on us, 12% of the budget, 20% of healthcare spending at CMS. If that doesn't get you out of bed to help have an impact, I'm not sure what will.
Yeah, no, I think I'm glad you hit on the flip side of that is not just what the government is offering, but what's going on in the private sector. There are kind of secular layoffs in private sector tech. It's not the boom times that it used to be. There has been some belt tightening. There has been some constriction there. And so I think part of the package deal with government is also just the stability that if you want, a job and you want to stick around for longer than, a particular stint, that option is still there for them.
Yes, absolutely. And the beautiful thing about these early career programs, because we're talking about talent retention here, is that it doesn't just benefit the young people. I have two of the mentors on our team currently for our most junior members of the team are retiring this year. And both of them raised their hands first to mentor that next generation of people, because most of the time when you're an IT professional, part of your career ladder to be considered for promotion is to demonstrate mentorship or to demonstrate leadership. And if there's not that early career pipeline, if there are not people to mentor and lead, then you can't demonstrate those skills. And I think all humans really have a drive to share their wisdom and to share the things that they've learned and to help the next group of people who are coming along. So being able to perform that and engage in that type of a relationship and have a mentorship opportunity really rejuvenates your team. It adds a whole new layer for a lot of people, especially those that have been working in the government for decades at a time, to bring in that next generation. It really livens up your group. It brings in fresh ideas, it brings in fresh energy, and it benefits the people who are doing the mentorship as much as the people who are being mentored.
Yeah, it strikes me as kind of an important blend of two competing ideas here. Maybe not competing, but two different ideas. The older institutional folks who have an institutional knowledge of what has been tried before, what the timeline has been for fixing things, or what projects they've taken on and what has succeeded, what has not, why it didn't succeed. And then you have these people who are young, ambitious, they are ready to take on big problems and have fresh new ideas of how to solve them. You really got to have both in some way to take these things on.
That's what a pipeline looks like. It's an ecosystem. You have to be replenishing as you move people through the other end of it.
Yeah. Remy, I feel we've been talking about this in so many different ways here, but culture is obviously a big thing here. This came up last week. There's been a number of Tech2Gov events that have been spearheaded by OPM, and other agencies have participated in that as well. There are these virtual job fairs. They cast a wide net and they say kind of the things we've been talking about. Hey, are you considering a change in career? Are you in private sector tech now? Would you like to consider a stint, if not a career, in government service in federal IT? And I think the one thing that they constantly bring up in these kinds of venues is this idea of culture, that for a lot of people, we all have a different workplace culture. There are different expectations of us. There are different ways of doing things. There are things you can and can't do. And I think culture shock comes up a lot of times when you do recruit these bright young people with the skills that are so in demand right now that, in some cases, it's a big shock from what they're used to, the culture being in private sector tech and what the culture is like in government. And, absent an ability to kind of, manage expectations or successfully navigate that transition, getting back to the topic of our chat here, retention, not just bringing people in the door, but making sure they have a good experience with their time in government, and that word of mouth travels quickly, right? If they have a good experience, they'll tell their friends. They might join government, and if they don't, the flip side.
Yeah, the idea that there's, government certainly has a reputation for perhaps moving a bit slower, right? Or that innovation isn't necessarily a big priority within a lot of risk-averse environments where it's critical and there's critical infrastructure that hundreds of millions of people rely on. But there has been a digital transformation and things have been changing at a variety of agencies. This digital service model, which I am a product of, I'm a bit of a Silicon Valley refugee myself. I did my time in startups. I did my time on the West Coast. I worked at publicly traded, very large platforms. There are aspects of that culture that are exciting, but not everyone is excited about breaking things, right? Especially when you can't afford to break things, when planes need to stay in the sky and hospitals need to keep running. So there are pieces of the government regulation and also policy that provide a culture that is very different from a move fast and break things environment. Accessibility isn't just a would be nice thing to have. It is a requirement. Not only that, but from multilingual support. There are a lot of things that are considered maybe a secondary or a tertiary priority when you are building software in these private environments that are a primary requirement when you are in a public sector world. And let's also give a big shout out to work-life balance. Government is not known for its long overtime and long weekends, whereas I think you might have heard some of the other private sector companies, especially as they're trying to do more with less, are only getting more and more arduous or hardcore, as some leaders are happy to say out loud. I don't know if that is the best pitch for attracting talent in a time when everyone is already run pretty thin and resources are getting slim.
Yeah, well, tell me a little bit more about the digital service model that is in place at CMS, and I think a couple other agencies have followed suit there, because I think the tone at the top has been U.S. digital service, having this kind of team of really smart technologists kind of parachuting in to agency problems, tackling those, working with the people that are already there, and again pooling all the resources together. How's that playing out at CMS?
Yeah, I'm going to take this opportunity to change the narrative a little bit. You all might have heard the story of healthcare.gov, right? There's these swooped in SWAT team style digital service people who picked up the pieces and saved the government from itself, right? This story is not the whole story. It would not be possible to have turned that around without the dedicated civil servants who were the absolute experts who have dedicated their lives to these systems. So it's not just these hotshot, young, new people swooping in. We, as technologists, are there to support and work alongside of the dedicated civil servants. So it is all the credit due to HHS and CMS and all of the other folks who have been doing that work. And I see my role as a digital service professional more so as I have a specific set of skills that I am good at. I understand how to get people to work together and share. I am not an expert in public policy for healthcare. I am not an expert in care delivery. I could not do the job that I do without that partnership. So this second generation of folks who are part of the digital service aren't just here to say, we're here to fix it, we're here to change it. We're actually here to meet people where they are at. We want to make sure that we're looking at how people are actually doing the work. And if you're only there for 4-year tour of duty, showing up and saying, oh, that thing you've been doing for 20 years, scrap it. We're going to start over with the latest and greatest technology that no one at your agency has ever used. We're going to throw out the old thing. We're going to replace it. And then I'm going to peace out and say good luck. Right? That is not a recipe for continuity. That is not a recipe for critical infrastructure. So figuring out how to meet in the middle, compartmentalize, provide these extra layers in between so that we can connect legacy systems with the latest and greatest technology so that they can continue to operate, because we have systems that frighteningly and inspiringly have had uptimes since the 1960s, right? In technology, how many devices do you have in your house that have been running for 50 years continuously? Probably not too many, right? So that is actually a testament to the way that things were engineered, and we should continue to respect and honor the types of work and service that were done to get us where we are, instead of thinking that we just throw everything away and start over again. So the digital service is about helping to bridge then and now.
Yeah. Well, thank you for offering that point of view, because the counter narrative has been the prevailing one for a while now. So always great to get more perspectives on kind of what happened there and where we are now. Going back to the getting people in the door part of things, I think government does a lot of things, and one of the things that it maybe not excel at is getting people in the door quickly. I think there's a standard for from the time you apply to a job in the government to the time you get in, that is measured in months, that is not measured in weeks, that is not measured in days. And so obviously these are people who have in-demand skills. You know, if they don't get that job at agency X, you know, soon, they got a dozen other competing offers, probably for higher pay or you know, some other sweetener, you know, in the mix as well. So in terms of getting people in the door quickly, what tools do agencies like CMS have to do just that?
Sure. So a big tool in the toolbox that recently came down, there was a big executive order on tech talent hiring that just came out in August that talks about reducing some of the requirements for 2210 designated positions, which is what many IT positions are in this sector. I think it's over like 150,000 of them or something like that. So that direct hire authority allows us to go and move a lot faster when trying to hire for things like cybersecurity and AI and some of these other emerging technology programs. These early career programs are also a much lower stakes thing. So oftentimes the lead time when working with an external organization, it also is weeks or months, but getting them through the door is, the stakes are a lot lower. When you go to an office of headcount and human capital and say, we want to hire, you know, a couple of GS-15s, they're going to look at you and say, well, we're going to have to review every single line of this job description and make sure that everything is in order. Whereas if you're coming in and saying, here are some GS-2s that we're going to hire directly out of high school, and they're going to come in as interns, and then they're in the door, transferring them horizontally after they've done their couple of years of service does not take the same amount of time. It's actually a lot faster to move once you've gotten through that barrier. And organizations like Tech2Gov also help with things like federal resume development and some of the other common gotchas where if you have not lived in the world of federal hiring before, it might be a little confusing. I still don't understand how it's the only place that does chronological resumes when every other place does reverse chronological, for example. It's small things like that that'll get you stuck in the process, and partnering with these outside orgs that understand the process where people who've gone through it before can explain to you what it is, and they have resources to provide so that you can avoid those pitfalls, definitely lowers the amount of getting you in the door, and the stakes are lower the earlier you go in the career pipeline too. But that is something that will continue to be a challenge, bringing in senior people, and that's why it's so important to have these other programs where we can use them as a feeder so that when there are leadership positions available, we can say, these aren't people who have zero experience in government. They've done their tour of duty. They understand how federal works. They understand how to hack bureaucracy and, you know, keep these types of things in mind that are very special and different for federal service. And then making the ability for them to transfer into whatever agency that they can go and continue to serve the people.
Yeah, and I think what's big about that skills-based hiring that you mentioned is for a lot of the stuff, it's fast moving in the emerging tech world. You know, there's not, I can't think of a place that offers a four-year degree in AI or, you know, generative AI or, you know, some of the skills that folks are looking for. You know, there are, you know, coding boot camps out there. There's certificate programs. There's things that are, you know, I don't want to say below that level because it's all, you know, experience no matter how you look at it. It's looking beyond those traditional venues of experience, and just also just projects people just might have kicking around in their free time. Say, hey, look, here's this project I worked on. You know, I pulled data sources XYZ, and this is the dashboard I pulled up for, or, you know, for example. But I think, you know, it's yeah, I guess going back to the motivation piece, you know, I think it's a strange pitch, but I've heard it from agencies that if you like challenges, boy, you're going to like the federal government because we got loads of them. But that is kind of the pitch that's being made. We've heard it from OPM, we've heard it from other agencies that, you know, here's all the problems we have, you know, go fix them. But that does seem to motivate some people in a way.
Absolutely. If I had started out right out of school and had this like grass is greener perspective about technology and been like, those very large tech companies, they've got it all figured out. I'm sure they're all shipping perfect software. There's no bugs. There's no technical debt. Nobody's been running systems for a long time. Everybody is doing the latest and greatest development practices. It's amazing. It turns out that that's not really true. Engineering excellence is always an aspirational goal, and every organization struggles with technical debt. Every organization struggles with upgrades and keeping up with the latest threats and the latest technology. So knowing that now, when you come into an organization that's earlier in its journey, there's actually a ton of low-hanging fruit. And when it's at this kind of scale, everything that you can do, if you can save beneficiaries 30 seconds on a form and hundreds of millions of people are on a form, you're talking about like billions of minutes, or math amounts of minutes, sorry.
A lot.
Math. There's a big force multiplier at scale, and you don't have to lift and shift the entire infrastructure of the healthcare system of the United States. You can find small efficiencies that can be made. You can find small savings that can be made, and you can have a massive impact immediately for beneficiaries and immediately for taxpayers.
Yeah. Going back to, you mentioned U.S. Digital Service, and there's so many different of those rotation style programs where it's a defined set of, it's a tour of duty that's 2 years, 4 years, so on and so forth, that you're there for that set of period of time, see how you like it, get your feet wet, and there's opportunities beyond that if you really like it and you want to stay around in government for longer than that set period of time. I imagine that's a good reason for a lot of different ways. You're rotating into a lot of different programs. You're seeing what's under the hood, so to speak, with government. I feel a lot of the challenges, you don't know what you don't know. I mean, from the outside in, you have a general idea of what agencies do what, but it's really only once you're there that you kind of understand that mission at a deeper level and how that mission gets done, the nuts and bolts that actually get that mission accomplished every single day. And to your point about uptime systems that have been running since the Kennedy administration and are still chugging away in some way, shape, or form. Just knowing all that, I think, is got to be a good way to get people to understand the challenges and to build that pipeline of people coming in.
Yes, and one of the intrinsic motivation tends to be a very important motivator, right? Like once you reach a certain amount of your physical and financial needs being met, extrinsic motivation actually increases pressure and has a counterintuitive impact on the amount of work that you do and how hard you work and why you do it. Daniel Pink wrote a book called Drive many years ago. There's been TED Talks, there's been animated series and different videos and things. You can read the articles online. But it boils down to autonomy, mastery, and the third one, which I did write down because, I have notes here. Autonomy, mastery, and purpose, obviously. We wouldn't be able to. So when people can decide, okay, I'm going to work on these things that are important to me, they have the ability to choose the type of work they're going to do. There are thousands of open source projects in the CMS ecosystem, right? So we have some projects in our program where we say, here are some things that we need to operate our part of the business, but here are all these pre-existing projects. Some of them are written in these programming languages, some of them are front end, some of them are back end, some of them are in AI, some of them are in ML, whatever the deal is. Then people can self-select and figure out which part they want to go after. And the more openly you can work, the quicker people can figure that out. If people, before they apply to work at your organization, can already see each of your projects out in the open, and they might even be able to contribute to them, that's also going to lower that time to hire because the pipeline is a lot shorter to train people. And even more, the time to contribute and the time to be a productive member of the staff also decreases significantly. The idea that, well, you're not really going to know what you're doing until 6 months from now once you get hired and you got to do all this onboarding stuff, that you can reduce that time significantly by providing opportunities for people on the outside of your organization to contribute to and be aware of some of that hidden infrastructure that you were just talking about. And that is some of the best signal you can get for hiring. You can look at a resume and read people's bullet points, or you can see that they have actually submitted patches and wrote code that fix bugs in your existing software in production. And I think the two of those, one of them is a much stronger signal than the others. And it also means people feel more comfortable, they know what the job is that they're doing. And even in the private sector companies, a lot of the ones that are big tech companies, they just say, we're going to hire grad students, PhDs, 4.0 undergrads. We don't care what they're specialized in. Here's a rotation. Your first 6 months, you're going to do 2 months in mobile, you're going to do 2 months in back end, you're going to do 2 months in this front end, you're going to do 2 months over here. And then after you go through that 6-month onboarding period, that's when you decide what team you want to apply to, and the team gets to decide whether or not they want to accept you based on your performance. So that model has worked well in the private sector, and providing these kinds of rotational programs, especially when they work with real world code, I believe can provide that same benefit in public sector too. And it's been working for us at CMS.
Yeah. Yeah. One other thing that just has been, I've been struck by just hearing from agencies trying to recruit these kinds of people is that they really have explicitly said that it's okay to, you know, work for a tour of duty and then head back to the private sector if you want to. We've written, my colleagues and I have written extensively about kind of how the goal and expectation of someone right out of college, you know, applying for a career in the federal government, and they're sticking around for decades. They're sticking around for, you know, 30, 40 years, and, you know, collecting retirement after that. You know, that's just less and less of a model, and less of the expectation. And we heard from acting OPM director Rob Shriver at this Tech2Gov event. He said, it's okay, you know, however long you want to stick around for, we're happy to have you. We're happy to have those skills that you bring to the table. And, you know, it also, you know, once that time happens, if you want to go back to the private sector, it's not so long and good luck. It's maybe we'll see you back someday in a different capacity. And that kind of revolving door of public sector, private sector, that's a pretty porous type barrier.
Yes, definitely. And the best part about the work that I get to do is with an open source program office serves as your center of gravity for your open source practices and policies and programs and projects to help with reducing risk and reducing costs, right? So when we think about risks in the typical IT sense, we heard just a moment ago that security risks are a huge issue. What vulnerabilities do you have in your software? What is the code made of, right? Code is made of ones and zeros, but code is also made of people. And I'm in the business of understanding the groups of people that develop code. So I can look at not just security risk, but what we call continuity risks. When I look at a software project, it's cool if it runs today, but is it going to run tomorrow? How often are they releasing? How often are they testing? What is the engineering practices around it? How healthy is the community? You can look at the company's balance sheet this year, but have you looked at their historical performance? Have you looked at their future investments? Right? When you're going to invest in something in your supply chain, if you're buying widgets, you probably want to look at past and future performance, right? Same thing should go for software. You can't just look at it as the static thing that works today and is going to work forever. Software is ever evolving. So understanding how to continue to pass that work along is a crucial step, right? Like, we built something, we shipped it, it's done, we don't know what to do with it, it bit rots, so we hire another contractor and they come in, they can't use it because it's been sitting on the shelf for 2 years, so we rewrite the whole thing and then we ship it and then we don't know what to do with it and it sits on the shelf. That pattern doesn't really serve anyone. It doesn't serve the government, it doesn't serve the taxpayers, and it doesn't serve the contracting and the business development community either, because you're wasting all your time reinventing a bunch of stuff that already exists. If you can build in continuity structures that say, here is an agile development process, here's our roadmap, here's our backlog, these are the features that you can work on. We have 6-month goals, we have 2-week sprints. If you can come in for 6 months, here are the things you can accomplish. And the next person that shows up in 6 months, they can accomplish the next things on the list. And you build it in such a way where people can iterate and pass that torch. You provide continuity, so it doesn't matter. Someone doesn't need to be around to conduct a 10-year IT project. If they can only show up for 10 months, they can still make a lasting contribution. And the best part of all of it is that when the intellectual property is out there and it's open and it's openly licensed, commercial entities can commercialize it. The public sector can depend on it. and it becomes a part of the public national infrastructure that everyone can benefit from. Whether you're a private sector or public sector, that code can become the backbone for either side of infrastructure. And that is a great opportunity to save money, to help train people, to keep continuity going, and to stop wasting time and money.
Yeah. Yeah, Remy, I wanted to circle back to this idea of workplace culture. Leadership obviously has a big influence on what that workplace culture looks like. And something that I've heard from agencies that are trying to adopt this, this digital services type model is trying to communicate, the work that's happening, in these IT shops to the mission delivery, going back to this idea of motivation, this idea of purpose. By definition, not everything that the IT shop works on is gonna, fully go into production. Some things are gonna work, some things are gonna not. You gotta break a couple eggs to make an omelet sometimes. But I think the thing that I've heard that makes a difference is when leadership says, all right, huddle up team, to your point about shaving 30 seconds off, a form or something, guess what we did in Q1, it had this impact on the public delivery of this service. We brought down, the average wait time for calls by like a minute, or, we've gotten incredible feedback that this form is now actually 508 compliant. Hooray. Everyone, regardless of their ability, can access this form and fill it out and get those services. I think going back to that impact, I think leadership, I think communication has increasingly been part of that conversation of, it's not just being head down, working away at stuff, and who knows whether it's making a difference. But when it does, the leadership comes back and says, hey, great job. I want you to know this made a difference.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of times, service leadership, starting with the users, starting with the end users and saying, what are their priorities? What are their needs? And using that user-centric model for understanding where your products and your projects should go helps to align your leadership. Some of the most impactful user research I've seen done in the digital service is when we invite the C-suite to sit down with the beneficiaries and go through the forms and go through the websites, because you get to experience the gaps, you get to experience the frustration, you get to put your feet in the shoes of the people that you are serving and see firsthand what that feels like. And leaders get it. They say, oh, this form needs to be changed, or this website needs to move, or this experience needs to be improved. And you have a concrete metric, and you have an immediate impact on the people that it benefits the most. And leaders, as far as I have seen, want to make a difference. They want to make an impact. Everyone is desperate to show that the work that we're doing is making a difference, and that the money that we're spending is being spent in ways that help people, and that the impact that we're having is for those end users. So leaders who are willing to put themselves in the shoes of the users and go along on these types of journeys tend to also be more fulfilled in their work too, because they see the work of the agency moving forward, and it's very concrete. There are lots of ways to go about that journey, but user research has really changed my approach as well. I came in mostly as a hacker. I had not done a lot of user research, but there are trauma-informed user experience researchers on our team. I got to work alongside the people who worked on like the 988 project, and watching them, how they interacted with the different groups and organizations, talking with them directly, talking with stakeholder groups, talking with beneficiaries. Like, it changed my understanding of how IT products can be built and how the process should be run. And our leadership has been very supportive of that, and the impact of it, like you said, it can be seen, and we can point to some very concrete things that have made a difference and possibly and definitely helped to save some lives too.
Yeah. Well, we've been talking pretty broadly about what the culture's been like at agencies like CMS, and the things you guys can work on. To be a little more pointed about that, Remy, can you tell me a little bit about the projects that CMS is currently working on, things that are in the works you guys are excited about, and that you're looking to take kind of the next step on?
Sure. So as far as things, the 988 project definitely was mentioned. That was a partnership with SAMHSA. There was some folks from SAMHSA on the panel earlier. Big shout out to those folks, helping to provide that mental health crisis hotline. And, the highest demographic for risk for suicide is 18 to 25. how many of your 18 to 25-year-olds like to call a 1-800 number or have ever used a phone or talk to a person, right? Like, very few of them prefer to interact with people that way. Being able to text, transformative for that particular demographic. And that one insight is a huge, huge difference, right? So super proud of the 988 work. There is, of course, like this thing that we're known for, Medicare and Medicaid, and there's a lot of infrastructure there, and modernizing that infrastructure takes a lot of time and effort. We found out that, you know, in certain cases, like dental benefits were going to be part of the equation when they're tied to some other medical conditions. Now, again, this is a part of my team I'm not an expert on, so sorry if I'm speaking a little bit out of pocket here, but the dental benefits are another thing that is really, we can now accept dental forms in those cases, and we ship that within like a year because we were able to work with the modernization teams and get that into the system. So we're able to accept that, and that means that we're integrating with that legacy technology. We're not replacing it. We're providing better care. And those are just like two big examples. On my team specifically, in the open source side of things, we have the first open source program office at a federal agency in the United States. It's really exciting work. That type of open source strategy to enable horizontally across the organization means that whatever the new project is or whatever the goal is, we're building capacity and we have ready, willing, able, and capable people who want to contribute and help to make your project successful at the agency. And if we do it in an open source way, that doesn't just help CMS, it helps HHS, it helps any other agency who wants to take that model and replicate it and use our software or use our models or use our checklists. You know, we're trying to solve it once instead of having to rewrite it over and over again. We're open source. We're not here to reinvent the wheel. So if we're going to solve the problem, we want to solve it once for everybody. And open source program offices are one way to go about developing that repeatable type of work. So really excited about the future of that project, but I might be a little biased.
Yeah, but talk about projects with impact. Hard to believe, but we're out of time. Everyone, let's give Remy a round of applause.
Great panel. That wraps up the morning. And this afternoon, we've got some action-packed, kind of core ATARC type of cybersecurity panel. We've got an AI panel. And of course, in every panel we talk about cyber, we talk about AI. And every panel we talk about AI is going to be in cyber. But that was great, Jory. Thank you so much for that. Remy? All right. How do we do at lunch? Yeah. It's better than a box lunch at the Marriott downtown DC, right? So good stuff. Everybody get cookies and coffee? Yeah. Somebody said the cookies, Kim, were the cookies carb free? Is that a, oh, they are? Okay. I don't know. We might have to get more verification on that. I'm not sure, but I had 3 of them, so I'll be a test case. Yes. It's because John Curran, who's coming in, he talked me into it. He's going to be our moderator for a panel coming up. Anyway, I'm going to hand it off to Gina Estrada, who's field sales representative over federal healthcare and life sciences for Google for Government, and they're our diamond sponsor. We heard from Willis earlier, and I'm going to hand it off to you.
Everyone had a great lunch today. Thank you all for being here. So first of all, we just want to thank all of our federal healthcare leaders, partners, et cetera, for all of the wonderful mission work that you do at Google Public Sector. We are excited to support your missions with leading data tools, AI tools, which we talked about earlier if you heard Willis's presentation this morning. And we are very thankful also to Carasoft and ATARC for allowing us to sponsor today. So just thank you for all of that. And then we also wanted to talk just really quickly, I have 2 minutes, but we wanted to talk about NIH Strides Marketplace. We're excited for all of the work that we're doing with NIH Strides, both extramurally and intramurally. So if you're interested in learning more, our wonderful Carasoft contacts are here today to speak with you. And you can also reach out to myself or Patrice Walters. And we appreciate you being here today. So enjoy the rest of the event, and I will pass it back over. Thank you.
Hang on, I want to find out a little bit more about it right now. So what is this like a place for people in the government and NIH to get access to the technologies faster and procure faster, that kind of thing?
The NIH Strides Marketplace is, it's run through NIH CIT, and we have a number of different partners on there where you can access technology for GCP. So if you want to learn
That's
more,
fantastic.
there's information there, and you can contact
Great.
CareSoft as well.
Great. Well, thank you, Gina.
Thank
Appreciate it.
you.
Round of applause for Gina. I forgot my glasses. No, I can read okay. Next, we have James Donnellan, who's Senior Director of Solutions Engineering at Oracle. And is it James? Did I have it right? Okay. Where are you? Okay, there you are over there. I was like wondering. We're going to do a rapid fire tech talk. If we had a couple good ones this morning, I can't wait to hear what you're going to be talking about. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. So I'm going to come down here because it's after lunch and I'm going to have to keep moving. So you can, the challenge is you can throw things at me and I'll keep moving because it'll keep it exciting. I only have 7 minutes. It's going to be frenetic, but hopefully slightly entertaining. So my name is Jim Donlin. I'm a Senior Director of Solution Engineering at Oracle. That means I have a bunch of really smart technical people that work for me and try to break technology every day. So one of the things that my guys do and girls do all day long lately is work with AI. And because we focus on government, they're trying to help government customers figure out how do we do this AI. And so I was asked to put together a tech talk for another conference not that long ago. I said, you know what I want to talk about? I want to talk about humans are the loop. And somebody read my abstract and they said, Jim, you have a typo here. It's humans in the loop. And I said, no, it's humans are the loop. So bear with me for about 6.5 more minutes as I talk to you about humans are the loop. I am an IT professional. They wouldn't let me work at Oracle if I wasn't. But I also am 2 other things relevant for this discussion. One, I happen to be a licensed attorney, which means depending on which of my friends you ask, I am either an optimistic pessimist or a pessimistic optimist. I can argue any side of anything, but I want to talk about AI. So why are humans the loop? Well, AI, it occurs to me, is just a new tool. And so I wanted to learn about tools, so where do I go? Well, if I want to sound smart, I go to the Journal of Neuroscience. Raise your hand, shout out for Journal of Neuroscience. No, right? Okay, yeah, very good. You're all lying. Nobody's ever looked at an article of an abstract on the Journal of Neuroscience. But I pulled this little quote here. Tools are nothing more than mechanical implements to allow us, the humans, to achieve goals that would be otherwise difficult or impossible. That sounds about right for artificial intelligence. If you look at the promise of AI, things that maybe would be really difficult or maybe even impossible to accomplish without AI. Okay, that makes sense. So what about AI? In technology, we do a lot of terminology. Sometimes we have to define terminology. Pick your dictionary of choice. I went with Britannica because that's what came up first, thanks to my friends and colleagues at Google. And so AI, tasks commonly associated with intelligent beings. Okay, we're on the right track. So if we want to use AI and we delegate tasks that are associated with intelligent human beings, what could possibly go wrong if we let the robots start making decisions for us? And so I want to give you some short pieces of advice on something that I call authoritative AI. And I think this is relevant for all of us in our daily lives, especially in government. Because if you're like me, everybody woke up all of a sudden with AI. If you talk to really very intelligent subject matter experts who have been working on AI their whole careers for the last 30, 40, 50 years, it's not new to them. But ChatGPT made it new to us not that long ago. And so authoritative AI is, okay, I've seen all the cool demos. I've been frightened by all the horror stories. But now I have this data that I need to do my job that is in some data store somewhere, usually behind the firewall of my agency or organization. And I would like to use AI with that. So how do I do that? All right, so let's talk about it. Number one, understand your data. And this sounds simple, but this is likely the hardest thing that we all encounter. I know from my engineers who focus on data all day long, surprise at Oracle, we focus a lot of time on data. Understanding your data can be one of the more difficult parts. But if you understand as a subject matter expert what the data you have access to is about, where it is, what you need to do to protect it, you need to do that before you start delegating decision making to tools or rule-based engines. Second thing, be responsible for your results. And so what that means is many parts of the equation involve protecting your data, understanding and standing behind decisions that are made and being able to defend that with an authoritative source. So if you know where your data is coming from and you understand it, and you make a decision that's been fed to you by an AI engine, a large language model, what have you, you'll be able to say, and here is the authority for why that decision has been made. It cannot be a black box. And then the third rule, and I implore all of us for this, remember why you're doing it. So often in technology, we are enamored with the technology for technology's sake, and we forget that at the end of that technology is somebody who might be in an extremely vulnerable position that is relying on a decision to receive benefits. Somebody who is trying to help others in an emergency situation. And so there are many, many reasons why we're using these tools to make our lives better. We need to remember that when we get caught in the thick of thin things. So I want to briefly go through some of this. One of the things I'll remind us about, yeah, okay, I'm doubling down on the Journal of Neuroscience today, so I'm not this smart, I promise you. But I like this because humans appear unique to understand the causal relationship between tools and the outcomes of using those tools. So we know what a hammer does. Well, some of us don't because we're trying to use a hammer for everything. But we at least should be aware that when I am trying to use artificial intelligence in my daily life, I can understand and expect what the outcome of using those tools might be. And so that's why rule number one is really important. So understanding your data, know your subject matter experts. There's a great quote by a woman named Fei-Fei Li. If you don't know her, she ran the human-centered design artificial intelligence labs at Stanford University. And she basically, I'll paraphrase it, says that AI is not going to replace human beings. It is going to empower them. Intuitively, we probably all know that sitting here in this room, but we need to remind ourselves about that. So you need your subject matter experts. You need to know where this data is being generated and why in the first instance. And then you need to understand how you test those results. So one practical piece of advice I'll give you as you go down this road to explore how you're using AI in your organizations is start with things where you know the answer. Don't look for the needle in the haystack just yet, because if you know you can get right results on answers that you expect, now you have that trust built in. So start with understanding your data. Speaking of the results, being responsible for your results means, in part, only trust data from trusted sources. There is a big anti-pattern in our industry in the last 8 or so years where people are taking data out of systems that have the discipline, protection, and understanding of where that data has been generating and spread it all over every possible place they can because they want to do stuff with it. Now, that's not wrong. We want to get answers from our data. We want to analyze it. But the unintended side effects of doing that is that we now have a broader attack surface. We have more potential places where we can have data breaches happen. And we don't have the data where we need it because it's all over the place. So now I've got kind of this data sprawl problem. And so being responsible for the results is meaning let's take back some of that sprawl and bring our data where we can protect it and understand those results and essentially show your work. My biggest thing here, protect your data and mine. And so that is a responsibility we jointly share. That gets you to being responsible for the results. The third and final rule, and this is what I really will leave you with today, remember your why. Wherever you happen to work, whatever you happen to do, wherever you are supporting a mission, there is a reason that you're working with this technology. There are a lot of barriers. There is a lot of friction to getting things done. What will help you in the more difficult of those times is remembering your why, remembering the excitement and possibility of this technology that will help us to do things for ourselves and for the people we help, to do things that are either extremely difficult or perhaps impossible. And so with that, I'd like to thank you for this short window and leave you to the next section. Thanks very much.
That's great. I'm going to keep you up here for another 30 seconds. Great tech talk. I love doing these because if we go too long, we don't want to be a commercial. This is fantastic. What have you seen like on the measurement of results? Like, should I just want to play with AI, what's the business, how do you make it a business decision? How comparing what I did before AI, any ideas for people out there in the government?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. That's a great question. And full disclosure, I travel around the country. Literally was in New York City yesterday. I was in California last week, Chicago the week before that. So I talked to lots of different levels of government all the way down to cities and counties. So where do I start? Two things I want to give you is kind of each end of the spectrum. One, a lot of cities and counties are out innovating federal and even commercial organizations out of necessity. They don't have the resources, time, and money. What they have done is very clever, though. They're incorporating local colleges and universities, taking public data so everybody can see it, and that's where they're innovating first. So think about putting chatbots on websites and all that kind of thing. So they're kind of starting with the easy pieces where when you fail, it's not a massive consequence. The second piece, though, and I think this is relevant for getting started kind of for what I would call, based on what was the executive order 2 years ago, high impact use cases as part of the AI executive order, starting with work where you know the results. And so it's the time savings, which is back to your question. So how do you quantify it in the business? Can I take processes where I know how to get the answer, but it's taking longer because it's manual? Can I automate that? So that's the other big place where we're seeing immediate impact.
Thanks, James. Round of applause for James. It's fantastic. Next, we've got one more tech talk before we dive in our panel. And we have Bill Haxley, Federal Sales Engineering Manager for Rubrik. Are you good? You want to walk around or?
Walk around, because that's the precedence that's been set. So yeah. Do I get a little clicker though? How does that work?
I think the clicker's up here.
Oh, awesome.
You've got a clicker.
That's cool. All right. So first off, I am not a lawyer. Sorry. Although we have in common, we have similar outfits, is what I noticed while he was up here. So I guess that's the engineering thing that we're doing here. So hi, Bill Hackley. I have the honor of running the engineering team for federal at Rubrik. And let's see, I just click like this. Is that okay? Excellent. And just like before, I have 7 minutes. So I jokingly say I can barely introduce myself in 7 minutes. So I'll do my best to get through the content here. But today is cyber recovery is what we're going to talk about today. So just a quick show of hands, because I know everyone loves to do the show of hands thing. Who here is in cyber in some way, shape, or form? Should actually be everybody, but yes. All right, so a lot of people in cyber, but in my opinion, not enough conversation around cyber recovery. A lot of people talk about cyber prevention and stopping the bad actors and doing all that we can do to build the walls of the castle tall and strong and all that. But what happens next? What happens if and when they get in, right? Now, cyber recovery should be like your number one thought process here, right? So what we're seeing is lots of spend happening around cyber, but attacks are still happening. They're happening all the time, especially within healthcare, right? So what we're seeing is that healthcare has about 50% more sensitive data than the average customer does. The biggest stat here is this 2 to 3 weeks, right? This is the average time it takes to fully recover from a cyber event to get patient care back up and running. Now, I know everyone in the room is probably not all patient care, right? You come from Health and Human Services, you're more on the compliance side, but still, 2 to 3 weeks to get patient care up and running is terrible. There was actually a thing that happened with the city of Dallas. I want to say it was like last year maybe, or earlier this year, but they were hit with a cyber attack. And they all got together and they said, what is the first thing that we need to restore? What's the mission critical service? And that was 911. They said, we need 911 back up and running. It still took 3 days to get 911 up and running, right? So that should, potentially scare everybody. So this is not going to be a happy talk, right? This is going to be a talk about paranoia here, right? So what it really comes down to is lots of focus on prevention and, in my opinion, not enough focus on recovery. So you see this guy sitting in front of like a Congress hearing. Few years ago, if you remember the Colonial Pipeline attack that happened, right? So it impacted a lot of the East Coast, all that. When the CEO was in front of his congressional hearing, the part that I love the most is about like an hour or so into his 3-hour session, he talked about his backups. And he said the only reason why Colonial Pipeline is in business today and got back up and running is because he had cyber resilient backups, right? And I can tell you that they were a Rubrik customer, right? So that's what we're gonna talk about today. Oops, there we go. So a concept, so in the backup and recovery world, so anyone that's been doing backups for a long time, right? There's a concept of RTO, or recovery time objective. What I want to introduce today is a different concept called cyber recovery time objective. So recovering from a cyber attack, a little bit different than a user deletes their folder with cat pictures in it and you have to recover it, right? So very, very different. That's what we're going to go through now, right? So recovery time objective, obviously normal kind of backup operations, whether it's a DR operation, whether it's like the CrowdStrike issue that happened a few months ago that you had to do mass recoveries of Windows machines. It's you're in a known entity, right? You know what you need to recover, you go to the backup, you kick off the recovery. Now, let's talk about if there's a cyber attack. So there's a lot of questions to kind of ask yourself in a cyber attack, right? So the first question is, what's the scope of the attack? What was encrypted, what wasn't encrypted? Because you can't just go to your backup and recover everything, because just the laws of physics say that's gonna take weeks, months to just bring all that data back. So how do you determine what was encrypted, what wasn't, what you need to recover to get the mission back up and running? So first question. Next question is, what is the point of infection, right? So if you're, say, doing backups every single hour, you don't really know exactly when that malware might have come into your environment. So one actual entity, so Howard University, right, in the DC area, right? So they were hit with a ransomware attack. And what they did, they went to their backup solution, they did a recovery, they put it on a USB stick, they walked down the hall to a clean room, they mounted it up, they ran their cyber tools against it, found out that that copy had ransomware, walked back down the hallway, did it all over again until they found a clean copy. So back to cyber RTO. How fast can you be back up from a cyber attack? For Howard University, it was pretty slow, right? The next question to ask yourself in a cyber attack is, if the bad actors had access to encrypt data, they probably also had access to your sensitive data to export it. So how do you correlate that? What is encrypted, what was compromised, and then what was potentially sensitive? Obviously in the healthcare world, right? Lots of PII, lots of HIPAA, lots of things like that. So something to think about as well. And then also, can you quickly find the payload of the ransomware inside of the backups? Because if you go through a mass recovery, and a lot of these payloads have like a, say, 30-day window on them, you could be all high-fiving yourself, the mission's back up and running, and then 30 days later, back to being encrypted, right? So how do you not bring the bad stuff back with it? And also at the very end of this is, do you even know that your backups were not part of the attack too? So Change Healthcare was just in the news earlier this year, right? So I think they're crossing like $1 billion worth of like lost revenue and things like that. Hundreds of millions of people's records got out there. But when they testified, they essentially said their backups were compromised. That's why they couldn't recover quickly, because they got after their backups as well as their production data. So even ask yourself, is your backup going to be there during a cyber attack? So ultimately, and time check, am I okay? Okay. Okay, good. Okay, good. Just, yeah. Last time there was a big like timer in front of me, so just making sure. All right. So just talking about what to think about, like what makes a cyber resilient backup and recovery solution, right? So where does backup play into this? So the first and foremost is making sure that your backups are in a vault that will never be part of the attack, right? Because the last thing you want is that if you have to break the glass and that's what you go back to, and those are also compromised, you're done, right? And also in the healthcare world, there's a lot of data that we can't recreate back again, right? It's patient data, it's history, all that cannot be recreated. So the next is the ability to detect the encryption inside of the backup, right? This allows you to say, hey, this is the moment I was encrypted, and this is the clean copy that I need to go back to. Also, the ability to find sensitive data, again, inside of your backup, right? Because ultimately, if you have to do a backup anyway of your mission critical data, why not do something that does a little bit more for you? Can also find sensitive data, also find encryption events. So a more cyber aware backup. Next is threat hunting, right? So make sure that you can find that payload inside of your backup, you can quarantine it, so when you do that mass recovery, you don't bring the bad stuff back with it. And then lastly, just an automated cyber recovery and something that you can test and prove during peacetime, right? During peacetime is a great time to figure out that maybe something doesn't actually recover. You know, usually we say anyone can do backups, not everyone can do recoveries, right? So prove that you can do a recovery. All right, so rubric, just for healthcare in general. So we support lots of workloads out there, but for healthcare, you know, big EMR presence, unstructured data is a big part of healthcare right now. So how do you manage all that data? Just backing that up over the wire, just the laws of physics, it's a big, big problem. Next is around M365. Most customers don't realize that Microsoft lives in what's called the shared responsibility model. So they don't actually back up your data. They keep the Microsoft engine up and running. The data is up to you, right? So how is that being protected? Cloud data as well. A lot of people think, oh, because I'm in the cloud, I just hit the easy button and I do backups. That's its own issue and problem. And then also a concept called data security posture management, which is a single user has access to data across multiple subsets, whether the data is in the data center, it's in M365, it's in other SaaS applications, it's in Epic and Cerner, but what's the total data security posture that user has access to? That's important. All right, so I'll leave you with this, and hopefully I'm okay on time, but rubric, you know, we're definitely here to talk to you about data protection needs. A lot of federal certs out there. One thing that I'd love to say is for all the cyber people in the room, challenge yourself and ask your infrastructure team, do they feel confident that their backups that they're doing today can bring you back if you need to call on them? So,
Hang on 1 second. Just about, this is giving me flashbacks. Did anybody ever have to grab the tapes for the company and take them home in the night? Yeah, that was good times.
Hopefully gone.
Any recovery, practice. To quote Allen Iverson, practice. Any advice for agencies and the government on that? Just
yeah. What's the old quote by Mike Tyson? What everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face, right? So yeah, I would just say, just like you said, I mean, practice, prove that you can do it, go through recoveries, because the worst time to find out that your backups don't work, or even tapes, right? Tapes had like a 40% rate of data even coming back off that tape, right? So practice, make sure it works, make sure that your most mission critical applications, right? And that's the big thing is applications. A lot of IT people get focused in, you know, I've got VMs and I love VMware and I love my Cisco switches and all this technology. People forget that that technology drives an application, and make sure that that application can be back up and running when you need it. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Round of applause. Appreciate it. That was good. That was like our cyber scare for the afternoon. We had one in the morning and we had to have one in the afternoon. Next, the man that's to blame me, because it was peer pressure, he had about 3 cookies on his plate, and he talked me into 3 cookies. So John Curran, who's your senior editor at Meritalk, right?
Not my fault, your cookies.
My cookies.
Diego. All right, we're looking for Andrea.
I know I saw her earlier today.
Hello. How are you? Lovely to meet you in person. Yep. Well, hello, ATARC. This is John Curran. I'm with Meritalk. I run our news service, which I hope you read. We pay a lot of attention to what ATARC does. I'm truly honored to be asked to moderate, to be with great panelists. It's a great thing that gets me out and gets me meeting some really, really smart people. So to set up today's panel, we're going to tackle this tiny subject they gave us called cybersecurity challenges in healthcare IT. So that's not a big one. It's a giant challenge. It's a giant sector. It's so vital to everyone. It is so dependent on technology. And it's so attractive to hackers, thieves, nation states, anyone that wants to make mischief. Just want to let you know, as we prepared for the panel, we talked about, are we going to talk about public sector? Are we going to talk about private sector? We may touch on the whole landscape. So could be public sector, could be private sector. I think a lot of the same themes. I would like to introduce our panelists. First, we have Andrea Green Horace. She's Senior Advisor, Cybersecurity Program Manager at Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services at HHS. Next down the line, we have Jarvis Rogers, Director of Cybersecurity and IT Audit Division, Office of the Inspector General. And I'll just shout out, Inspector Generals are the journalist's best friends because you find things out and issue reports. Also at HHS. And then last but certainly not least, Greg Carl, Principal Technologist at Pure Storage. And I think that's our panel today. Maybe we were expecting one more, but we're going to go with this one. So the biggest question, let's first talk about the problem. And we can take it in any order, kind of a jump ball to you all. But talk a little bit about the primary cybersecurity threats that currently face healthcare IT systems, of which there may be many, and maybe a little comment on how those have evolved and are evolving with the integration of digital tech. So a little look at the landscape of problems.
I guess I'll start. I just want to double down on the last presentation and the importance of doing backups. So if you have a moderate system, you're supposed to do functional testing. And just to use another boxing analogy that I thought of, you know, if you're not going to be a great boxer, like have a strong chin. So like if your cyber's not good, at a minimum, you know, you need to be able to recover and you need to be able to like sort of get up from, you know, whatever the attack may happen to be. In terms of current threats, HHS has a 405D program, and we list the current threats as social engineering, ransomware, loss or theft of equipment, insider or accidental malicious data loss, and attacks against network connected medical devices. So that's the book answer that HHS has. We have a lot of resources that are available. It's at https://hhscyber.hhs.gov/.
Very good. Great. You got to click the button.
We good?
Yep.
Hey, how we
you're
doing?
on.
All right. So not to double down on the doom and gloom stuff, right? But the reality of it is that this is an interesting industry-wide statistic, is that about once in every 14 seconds, a company is attacked. And it's going to go to every 2 seconds by 2030. That's an absurd number, right? Because healthcare in general is just the widest attack vectors other than manufacturing in the world, right? There's so many, IT management, or Internet of Things, all these devices, everything's connected. There's so many threat vectors now, right? So the key is looking at things holistically and looking at it from a program level down and practical application, right? Because one of the biggest challenges I see is, number one, keeping up with legacy, trying to do the next thing, but maintaining operational consistency. It's almost an impossible task, right? They're trying to keep that triangle of people, process, and technology in place. So it is, to your point, it is a daunting task, but we do have tools and processes we're going to talk about today to help mitigate some of that.
Andrea, you're thinking about threat landscape.
Yeah, so can you hear me?
If you click.
So I will say that everything that they said is very important. I think one of the biggest threats is that obviously cyber attacks are going to happen. I think the biggest threat, honestly, is that the U.S. health system has not done enough. And I'm not talking about the hospitals. I'm talking about the fact that there's so many players in this field that at this point we're overlooking critical opportunities to really fortify our healthcare organizations. And I say this because I started as a hospital administrator and never thought that I would end up in cybersecurity. I wanted to run a hospital because I cared. And then obviously when you become a parent and then you have a child who has healthcare needs, it becomes a very different type of issue. I actually ended up working in a organization at the IRS when they were modernizing their systems with the TIGTA auditors and the GAO auditors. And back then, obviously, that was years when we were just talking about defense and death. And I know we're skipping over things here, but critically, when you're in a hospital, the federal government through Medicare is willing to pay for that hospital. So it's something called the prospective payment system. So in advance, that hospital administrator will tell you obviously what they need. And there's something called the Medicare cost report that allows Medicare to pay. In the Medicare cost report, just as my friend here said, basically that it has electronic medical records because that was something new back in the 80s. But there's not a space for cybersecurity, and there's not a space for modernizing your IT systems. So everyone knows that for hospitals to be competitive, it has to have every type of medical equipment. So MRIs were not built with basically security set in. And no one's going to pay for an MRI that is supposed to last for 30 years to be fortified. Now, we can talk to, the FDA is doing a great job of making sure that cyber is built in our new technology. But I think one of the most important things that we're also missing is that we knew that quantum was coming. We knew that AI was coming. At these conferences, no one was talking about cyber even in the hospitals years ago. Finally, we have folks that, like you guys, that come in and talk about cyber. But I think the industry should be at the table because we know that, obviously the markets don't always work. So you have to through government to inject, like we have the CHIPS Act to make sure that when emerging technology comes to us, that we can be competitive on a national scale. But what we're not talking to are those sectors, those social sectors like the hospitals, like the electric companies, our 16 critical infrastructures. I think it's time to, even though they're not the technologists, they need to really start planning for what's next. And when you look on the American Hospital Association schedule, they're talking about AI from obviously having it, but they're never brought in. We knew this was happening. It gives the executives a chance to really plan for it. So I'll keep that short because I'm sure I have more to say. Kind of passionate about this.
Excellent points, Andrea. So one of the things that I draw out of that is healthcare can make a facility and all the equipment and all the service lineup, but the cyber is cybersecurity and security stuff in general is not being costed into that in any way that keeps up with it. Right.
No, it's not. No. Not only that, but cybersecurity services are important to a hospital. Patient care is their priority. So obviously for mission critical, if I had to look at what needs to be fortified first, critical care units. Obviously we talk about the recovery time objective. We talk about the recovery point objective for data. But one of the things that I think would be great, and I love that the cyber companies are really coming to the rescue of them. But what we also need to pay for is a third-party audit. I love that the organizations are coming. I mean, obviously Amazon's coming. I mean, Planetaire is coming. Everyone's coming. CrowdStrike. But a lot of these companies, a lot of these hospitals have never done a third-party audit. So they know what's wrong. I mean, you can come to me and say, I'm going to give you these services, but unless you have paid for a third-party audit that can say, here's why you're sick, here's what you need to do, here's your security assessment report, now build your system security plan, how do you know whether that company can really fulfill your needs? And they should know that, obviously we can't tell them which companies are best, but we know that the field is changing. There are some organizations that are deep into AI that are very good, but I think there is a concerted effort, but even something simple as paying for a third-party audit and then every 3 years having that audited update, we're not planning for it. So
that's a serious challenge lineup.
It really is.
Greg, let me just follow up on one thing that you said, the amazing stat that you laid out about how often attacks are coming and how often they will be. So when you say attacks, we're not talking about successful attacks, are we? We're talking about sniffing around in attempts, but not actual breaches?
Correct. So maybe false positive things that weren't successful, but just the threat awareness, knowing that is the time frame we're talking. Every 14, since I've started talking, another cybersecurity attack on someone has occurred. It's pretty absurd, right? So, but it's only become exponential, and that's why we have to take that holistic approach, because it's only gonna, the tools are only gonna get stronger. AI is only going to enhance the capabilities of what attackers are. And again, these are internal or external folks. Like, this is another thing we're gonna talk about, I'm sure, is it's not just the outside looking in. It's the totality of everything that we have to look at from a cybersecurity perspective, which first and foremost is our data, right? Our patients' data, our internal customer data, whatever it might be. And number two, how do we protect holistically from all attack vectors, as opposed to mapping solution to a problem, right? Because, you know, when you're a hammer, everything's a nail, right? Making sure we're having that tiered resiliency model across.
Right. So before we wrap up challenges, let's just make it even more complicated with the healthcare sector. So healthcare industry has some unique data structures and patient privacy requirements that, again, complicate cybersecurity versus other sectors, perhaps. Any comment on that, and just kind of how difficult it makes cyber defense? And Greg, if you want to start on that, we'll come down the row.
So we're fortunate, right? So we're living here in the U.S. as far as retention of data. Like, that's why I'm in Virginia, right? So it's 6 years retaining medical data when being seen. But if you say, hey, let's say I have a customer, and I do have customers that have international presence. So now we have to take into account, GPDR. I have to retain as minimal amount of time as possible. Am I being compliant here, but also being compliant here? So I think a lot of the challenges come into, how do I maintain consistency, that I'm not having too much bloat? Number two, that I'm also maintaining consistency to how I'm protecting the data, but most importantly, I'm maintaining consistency in the policy of how long I'm retaining things, not just from a, hey, I might get fined sort of things, but doing right by your customers, doing right by your constituents, doing right by your organization, because maintaining high levels of resiliency and protecting data at the same time is not always the easiest thing to do, right? For various reasons we've talked about already, legacy architecture. So things haven't been so laser focused, especially when it comes to healthcare sometimes, and legacy systems, especially the ones that are not just keeping the lives, people alive, but also keeping the lights on, et cetera.
Jarvis, any thoughts from you about that sort of really acute need for patient data, privacy, that extra piece that is on healthcare that may not be on some other sectors?
I would argue that it's actually, from a cyber standpoint, pretty similar across sectors. I've been doing auditing a long time, and we audit the same controls, whether we're talking about pensions, whether we're looking at banking. It's still encryption, it's still access controls, it's still continuity planning. So, despite the sector, I think the controls are fairly even across the board. And if you were to talk to someone in banking, they would say they have unique challenges. If you were to talk with someone in industrial systems, they would say they have unique challenges.
Right.
So I think from a healthcare perspective, it's more about like the reporting and HIPAA and some of those things. Like in the case of a breach, that may be a little bit unique, but the blocking and tackling that you have to do on a day-to-day is pretty consistent across sectors. And for us, we use NIST 853. I'm sure a lot of folks in the room have heard of that. We apply that. I've applied that for as long as I can remember when we do our audits, and we do the same. When we're looking at HHS, if we're looking at state MMIS systems. I get that healthcare data has a lot of value, so it's a target. So there's that. So what we try to do in that standpoint is, we want to encourage more penetration testing. We want to encourage strong endpoint protections. But we're not necessarily looking at another, like a unique set of controls, because we're looking at a healthcare entity. And I think that's an important consideration.
Right. In the event of breach, things can get messier via HIPAA and et cetera, but actually the defenses are kind of the same.
It's almost like, if you were to go to a doctor, like this is just a standard thing that you do to be healthy, right? Like he's going to give you like a basic set of principles. And there's the same kind of, the theory is the basic set of principles are the same when we're talking about cybersecurity. If you were to go to look at the FBI website, if you were to look at the guidance HHS has put out there, it talks about good cyber hygiene. There's no like silver bullet. It's not like, hey, you're in healthcare, you need to do this special thing over here. It's going to talk about access controls. It's going to talk about everything that I mentioned. So I just think it's important that when we're looking at it, yes, we're unique, but we still have to sort of be consistent with what everyone else is doing, and we have to recognize that in some senses we really aren't that unique.
Right. Andrea, any thoughts on that before we move towards some things more in the way of solutions?
Well, yeah, when I really think about, I mean, if now we're using AI to provide mental health services, which is really where you don't actually have to have a human. I mean, there's a human in the loop, but obviously, one of the things that I think is critical for healthcare services is, and I've always been fascinated, even when we're thinking about when they introduce cars, and you would dent the car and it would bounce back. You know, so we know that there's self-healing technologies out there. I think that's really important. You know, in terms of when you think of privacy, and privacy. I mean, obviously, it's the machine. It's a cyber product being able to stop it right then, or literally destroy itself so no one takes it. You know, and I think we're, there are folks out there that are talking about that type of technology, particularly when it comes to healthcare, because obviously, even with the Americans with Disabilities Act, there are folks that are still very biased about persons having certain things and certain things you don't want out there. So there is that real opportunity. But I think, obviously, one of our federal boards that is actually connected to Congress is called the Medicare Payment Commission. And on that commission, they are the ones that really talk about healthcare in terms of funding it. So whether it's a comprehensive outpatient rehab facility or a hospital or a skilled nursing facility. And what I do notice that, obviously, there's not a technologist on it. There's not a privacy expert on it. And those are some of the things that I think if that board, because they report to Congress and they determine funding for hospitals, HORFs, and everything else, that would certainly help in terms of someone in healthcare really thinking about next. So have an AI specialist, have someone who has a quantum background, because those emerging technologies are going to make, they're going to make it so easy for our data to be everywhere, particularly data that is healthcare oriented, that you may not want anyone to know. So,
Right.
So in terms of a government standpoint, on those boards that Congress requires payment for, because the truth is, once again, hospitals are there literally to save lives. So it's another thing that they have to really protect. But whether the funding for that is out there, particularly if you don't have the people that have the expertise in privacy, security, nor IT modernization, I just don't know how we do it.
Right. Interesting deficits, especially in who advises Congress about, if the people aren't on the boards that way. Let's talk about solutions. So we kind of lay out the problem. It's kind of big. Everyone talks AI for cyber help these days. I think we write about it a lot. I certainly listen to a lot of people about it. I'm not sure there's a wrong answer on AI yet, because development is still, ramping up. But thoughts, Jarvis, maybe we can start with you, about AI-driven detection systems, other promising things that are going to help healthcare cyber.
I think we're going to be in a nuclear arms race in terms of AI. The bad guys are going to have nukes. We're going to have nukes, and we're just going to sort of lob them back and forth, right? And it's just like which one sort of lands on the target.
I was hoping for solutions. Yeah, go ahead.
There is no. I mean, I just go back to, there is no like magic answer. As we advance, they advance. It's just a constant like back and forth, because a friend of mine he's actually in the FBI. He says, data is the new oil, right? Like it's just so valuable to have data and all the things that you can do with it, especially as we create these huge data sets. You just add more value to the data. So it just makes the target that much more enticing, whether it be to a nation state, whether it be to a hacker group. Of course, folks want to encrypt the data. In 2023, there was over $1 billion paid in ransomware. So there's just a lot of financial incentive. There could be incentive, if it's a nation state, to maybe blackmail. We all remember OPM. So, again, I just go back to, from a cyber standpoint, We just need to focus on the things that we can control, the basic hygiene, doing the blocking and tackling, making sure we have the right controls in place, making sure that we have strong backups in place, and then we just sort of, then we kind of wait and see. And should something happen, I just go back to the recovery piece. We need to make sure that we can recover. We need to have tested backups.
Right. It makes me think of what we most often hear when we talk AI for cyber. I will hear many smart people say, well, it'll give us a better security operations center. It will get us, we can evaluate more stuff. We can narrow down things to, the really important things that humans ought to be looking at. But then on the other hand, attackers can kind of have a lot of the same capabilities. So
I just want to, so we say people, process, technology in that order.
Right.
Typically, when the failures that we see, it's a people problem. Someone didn't configure something correctly. Someone didn't patch. Someone decided to maintain legacy equipment. So with all the AI and all the technology in the world, we still have to overcome the human mistake. Someone got fished. We all remember John Podesta, right? I mean, that could have, the impact that had on an election. So no matter how much technology the DNC and whoever else would have put in place, if this guy gives away his password, then what do we got?
Right.
So, I just go back to that basic blocking and tackling, because even with great technology, we cannot overcome the human problem.
Right. Greg, your thoughts about that double-edged sword? Like, how does AI cut both ways?
I think it's becoming table stakes now, right? Like AI is going to be able to maybe use parity against the threat attackers, right? Because what has changed from the old school disaster recovery plus security, which has kind of evolved into cyber recovery, cyber resiliency, cybersecurity, is we've gone from a proactive for an intrusion versus proactivity for continuity, right? We understand we're going to be attacked. We understand we may even get compromised, but how do we respond to it, right? So, and that's where the tools are going to come into place. Where do I have more intelligence when it comes to mapping my data? So for instance, at Pure, right, we have a solution that has something called anomaly detection, right? So if you have one of our storage appliances in your data center and we notice all of a sudden your data reduction rate's off, well, probably because someone's encrypting your data. We can alert you in real time and say, hey, not only can we give you a mutable, indelible copy of that data to give you recovery, you can also recover it to a clean room. So working with partners like Rubik, et cetera. So it's just one of those things where as these attacks are modernizing and we have the modern tools from a data platform perspective, let's use that practical application so that we can integrate with other tools so we can give more proactivity to our customers, because AI is really going to push the levels of what we can do as humans, but also enable us to do more as humans as well.
Right. So interesting about solutions there. And I guess the next question, a little bit of a challenge thing, but if you're going to incorporate new cybersecurity technologies, you're going to be more AI enabled, you're going to do whatever comes down the road. Challenges that healthcare organizations face in actually adopting those things. Technology moves quickly, but, public sector budgets don't move so quickly. Private hospital budgets don't move so quickly. So is there any thoughts about how the right, better technologies can get in quicker to the places that need them? And anyone who wants to take that.
I would say make sure and hold your vendors accountable. Make sure you're aligning to the policy that I need. Don't try and square peg round hole what you're trying to do. For instance, a lot of what I see is, hey, we're bringing this new product on board, and I was a customer back in the day. Say, we're bringing this new product on board. It's going to be great. We're implementing it next month. It's going to be awesome. Well, did we look at how that's going to impact our RPO and RCO, that new data generation? Well, no, it's a new feature. It's a new application. It's not going to be a problem. Well, how are we backing up? How are we recovering it? How are we maintaining? How are we getting to that point of, workforce time to recovery, right? How fast can we actually be up and running again? So we had to answer these questions a long time ago. If you're integrating solutions correctly, you're looking at the, again, top-down view. But now with cyber being so prevalent, you have to understand, how does this incorporate into my policy? How does this incorporate into my infrastructure? And do I need to increase or modify policies that I have in place today? Or do I need to educate my folks? I could have a possible new attack vector in my entire environment. Like CVEs come out every day, right? Making sure we're maintaining that cadence as well.
Right. Jarvis, thoughts about how the better technology gets to the users more quickly?
I'm going to put my auditor hat on because I can't take it off. So, I would just say change control. We remember what happened recently with CrowdStrike. They deploy what's supposed to be an enhancement. It takes Microsoft offline, costs companies over $5 billion. Flights get canceled. Folks can't access their EHR. Some 911 systems go offline. So I think, it's important to have an environment, a test environment that closely mirrors production. It's important to, rigorously test before you deploy some of these new cyber technologies. We did some work to do some threat hunts across the entire department. And one of the things that we found is the tool that we were using could be competing for the same system resources as a tool that's already installed. So, for example, if the tool that we're deploying and the existing tool are both competing for like the boot memory when the system starts up, now you get a blue screen of death. So it's important so we had to, quiet one tool, sort of ramp. There's a very delicate balance when you're deploying some of these technologies. And they could cause, obviously, with the situation with CrowdStrike, could cause some serious problems, and it could take days, weeks to recover from that. So I would just emphasize that any new technologies that are going to be deployed, that you have an environment that is as close to production as possible, and you rigorously test it before you put it into production, and could potentially, have catastrophic implications.
Right. Testing.
Exactly.
And with CrowdStrike, from everything I've read, that was kind of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was right.
Yeah.
Andrea, you've spoken very sort of eloquently about some of the needs of healthcare organizations. Thoughts from you about what stops the best technologies from getting there as quickly as they can?
Well, nothing is stopping it. I mean, there was something called the Certificate of Need law back in I want to say in the 90s. Some of it stopped, but at one point, every healthcare organization that wanted to buy technology had to make a case for it, and that was stopped. Now, some states still have that. So any organization can basically do that. I'm sorry, Tom. Keep putting it here. So I think I see what's happening in the industry is that you want the best technology you can. You know that you're not going to be competitive. That's why we're seeing a lot of mergers and acquisitions. A lot of hospital systems and physician practices are being brought up. So there is more safety in numbers, but I do worry about the rural hospital systems. So I think the solution has to be that I'm hoping that the states themselves, so when you think about the state hospital associations, you think about the state primary care associations, when you think about the Joint Commission and others, there are ways for independent hospitals that are not part of an acquisition or merger to really think about economies of scale. And that's something that the industry tried to talk to the hospital organizations years ago. But I think in terms of if they want the best technologies, then it might be working with the hospital associations for those hospitals that are other, that don't, to go into cloud together, have the state subsidize that, certainly, and then not only go into, not only, but hook up to one cloud, not one cloud, but two clouds, because in a situation where we don't think that Amazon Cloud or Google Cloud could ever go away, they cannot handle if they're attacked. Then obviously there should be some, just like the federal government, if Amazon were to go down, then they have to have a partner that could pick them up. Because once again, this is a patient safety issue. Cyber is literally a challenge to the life and death of folks in the hospital. It's not necessarily those folks that are just in and out, but when you think about the critical care units and we think about diabetes units, and then even when you think about, Dick Cheney, when he had his heart monitored and he was going to be monitored from home, he decided not to, given Homeland's depiction of the vice president, getting taken out. So there has to be, I think, the industry coming together basically and really planning for the worst.
Right.
And that does take it outside of just technology. It's planning to fortify with money that they may have or they may not have, but really from a strategic and enterprise risk management, not just risk management in the hospital, but risk management for their states, risk management for, for their regions. And I think, obviously I'm not seeing the hospital associations doing that. I'm not seeing the primary care associations doing that in great number. I'm not sure what it's going to take. I'm hoping it doesn't take something, but we already see rural hospitals and other hospitals that don't have the reimbursement or don't do the research that can't have the research because that's how money comes into.
Right.
So there has to be, I think, more of the governing and really getting if the feds can't do it right now.
Right.
As you said, it takes time, but it should be a whole statewide region planning for the organizations.
I'm typically a little bit more of a federal policy thinker, but your point is really excellent about, all health is local, right? Let me just ask you this as a follow-up, and you guys can add in too. Is that state push robust? Like on that state level, what's pushing healthcare facilities to get better security and to do better operations that way? Is that state level push robust, or is that more of a federal or just a business concern where, if you're not a great provider, you won't stay in business for very long? Like, where does that impetus come from?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I think it's competitive, but I think it's survival. I mean, no one wants to drive, 45 minutes to a hospital, so, and certainly, I mean, as I said, at one point, there were restrictions on the number of technologies that a community can have. It had to go to the state level. Now it's just, I can't imagine that, particularly underserved communities would have more difficulty, but we are seeing that. We're seeing that inner city hospitals, we're seeing rural hospitals, they're closing and they have to be medevaced, so, I think it's, the secretaries of health may have to, but once again, are they looking at this right now?
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
It's still another problem.
Right.
And it may be the communities that have to really stand up and say, we have to do something.
Jarvis and Greg, any sense that you get of where the impetus for security improvement really comes from, maybe on that state level or any other? I know that there's federal policy, but what actually pushes?
Yeah, I mean, so, the government federal government just has resources that, I mentioned the 405D program, but we can't do it for you. But there's training material out there, there's guidance. I mean, there's a lot of, I don't think, we're not at a point where there's a lack of information, right? It all falls apart at execution. There's a ton out there that's available to hospitals. I just feel like from the work that we've done, a lot of hospitals don't have the resources for whatever reason. I'll just talk about from my experience. We have done work at Indian Health hospitals that are as remote as you can possibly imagine. But they may have like one system administrator there, and he's like a guy that's like doing that like part-time, and he also does like, whatever else he does in the hospital. So just like some of it is just logistically challenging. And to put the onus on this guy to do the backups, to manage the servers, to be the system administrator, to be the help desk, it's a lot to deal with. And I feel like, I don't know how you share those resources when you're talking about hospitals that are in such remote areas where they have to have people from the public health service work there because they can't staff it up.
Right.
I think the cloud. I think Andrew is absolutely right. I mean, the cloud can solve some of that, as much as you can put in the cloud, but there's still things that need to be done on the ground, and I don't really have a solution to deal with that.
Greg, your views about where does the push for change really come from for better security?
Well, I think what's great about the healthcare community at large, I'm thinking more, private sector here in some regards, is that they always want to know what the other guy's doing, right? One of my jobs as their trusted advisor is saying, hey, here is what this health system is doing, here's what they're doing, and linking them up at that level so that there is some level of consistency. Because to your point, federal government will lay out frameworks. 405D is fantastic for that. Here's what you should do. Here's what we recommend. This, from a cybersecurity perspective, hey, this is what you should be doing at these levels. But I think because there's so much variance, we're such a large company, country rather, we have so many different varying levels of healthcare, unfortunately, and in different regions require different specializations. Like California is not going to be the same thing as the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania or Commonwealth of Virginia. So I think there's so much, variety out there. But what has come to fruition, I think, is where the private sector is pushing through is, hey, let's make sure we're all on table stakes, and that what this organization is doing, whether it's a 50 hospital system or a rural hospital in Western Virginia, that they have the same capabilities. And to your point, do I have enough resources to keep up with a 50 hospital system when I have 2 administrators and one guy is out on PTO? How do we manage that? It's just not sustainable in some regards. But ultimately, you refer back to the framework, do the best you can. And I think the gentleman from Imperium said earlier is IT is the last one to get the budget when it comes to hospitals.
And I would say too, I mean, I don't want to make the healthcare sector sound like they're not. They know, they understand. They are literally attempting to do their best. But you have to recognize that some of these hospitals don't have CISOs, they have CIOs. And obviously, given that there's a shortage in the private sector with not just hiring CISOs, but retaining. There's burnout, and obviously when you even look at the financial sector, my colleagues are saying who are all CISO saying, if the industry, if the government is saying that when I find a problem, if my leadership, my CEO or my CEO or CIO doesn't want me to do it, now I have to report and I can go to jail. That's not going to keep a lot of folks in cyber either. So my colleagues are talking about, I might get out of this field if I have to go to jail, and then my CEO is not, or my CTO is not, thinking about us. But I would say that the health sector coordinating council, which is actually run by Greg Garcia, who actually was a former appointee in the Bush administration, has really been passionate. And he has brought together a lot of folks from the hospital sector that they are all working to the hospital and healthcare sector to really make sure that the entire industry, has a voice. The Joint Commission, obviously, they come in the hospitals and they really look at how well you're doing too in terms of things like infection control, but they don't necessarily have a metric for cyber. So as I said, I think we're behind, but I can see at some point, we're trying not to regulate. we're trying to allow the sector to really catch up. I'm not sure whether that's going to happen without some regulation, and I'm not sure it's going to fully happen if we can't make space on a document where a lot of hospitals get funding and there's nothing on it for IT modernization, and there's nothing on it for cybersecurity services, and there's nothing on it for hospitals to basically have a third-party audit or even bring in. It's just a challenge out there to keep up. Everything is very expensive, and obviously with supply chains issues. I mean, I don't know how they're doing it. I just feel, but they are coming to the table, which is good news for us. They care. They are really, working together to push out these documents. But as Jarvis said, the hands are not there. They're just not there.
Right. So it kind of leads us into kind of our final big question, and I hope one that's important to everyone in this room. I think it probably is. And within this context, we can also welcome some Q&A for the panelists. Nothing really happens in technology mostly without collaboration. So the bigger question is, what kind of collaborative measures can healthcare organizations, tech providers, regulators, what can they all take to help strengthen cyber IT and promote resilience? And so I will ask you a little bit for a wish list even. It doesn't have to be something that's actually going on now, but maybe it could be a next step. Comments on that, and then I'd like to open it up to everyone to kind of drill into that a little bit about how does industry and how does industry help make things better?
So two things, right? In a perfect world, everyone would be on the same playing field. Everyone would have the same access to funds, and we could all have the same resilient, attaboy approach to cybersecurity. It's just not realistic. But what you can do, leverage your vendors, leverage your partners, leverage the information you have available to you. Create your own best practices. I'll give you an example. So HHS established their own zero trust policy. We have to adhere to everything within the data pillar. And that's what we do here at Pure Storage. So we're making sure that, hey, you have told us this is what good looks like in your environment for your data. All of our products are compliant to that. Hold your vendors accountable, right? Because then what you will start seeing is through that impetus of saying, hey, my standards are higher, I'm not doing square peg round hole, you will start to see follow suit. Because as we all know, the healthcare industry, especially in the private sector, is kind of keep up with the Joneses kind of thing, right? There's not a whole lot of bleeding edge innovation within the care industry now. Pathology, things like that, a little different, right? But in regards to what we can drive and what we can maintain from a collaboration perspective, I think it all has to do with get the most out of your vendors, get the most out of what your peers are doing, and 405. I can't stress enough. Like 405D is fantastic. If you want a baseline of where to start there, and just you can click around the wheel and go and see what everyone else is doing.
So ask the vendors how high they can jump and see if that jump is there. Jarvis, thoughts about that kind of private sector, public sector collaboration?
I think it would be great if we could just all agree on like a risk-based approach. There's a lot out there. If you have a high system in this, you need over 400 controls that you have to implement. I mean, that's a behemoth. But if we could all, even from the auditors, the government, private sector, say, hey, look, these are like the 20 most important things that everyone has to do. Like, we're all going to be excellent at patching. We're all going to be excellent at continuity planning. But you know what? If we have, 4 expired administrator accounts, we're not going to worry so much about that. But, now I think the way, it's currently being done is those 4 administrator accounts is a finding, you get written up, and it's maybe you're on the front page of the news, like whatever it is. But it's not we're not all on the same page about what are the most important things that we need to tackle. And I think if we were able to do that, I think we could be successful. I think that we could have a more secure environment. If I don't know what the number is, maybe it's 15, 20, where we just pick a set of principles that we're going to be totally solid on these. And if we were able to do that, I think we could enhance the security across the sector.
And are those 15 or 20 well-known things to all good practitioners, or is like any of this exotic?
No, I think it would be, whether it be, I don't want to name them.
Right, sure.
I could come up with a list, but the problem is you would come up with a different list. And that's the challenge. I like patching on that list. I like continuity planning on that list, but someone else may like, another set of principles. If there was a way to get everyone in the room to do that, and to reach consensus on those items, I think we could be successful. I think that that's doable. I think it's going to be very challenging for us with the existing model of having documents that are thousands of pages and plopping it on someone's desk and saying, go for it.
Right.
I don't think we're ever going to get to where we want to go with that approach. This is not a sanctioned HHS opinion. This is Jarvis's opinion.
Of course.
But that's just from, my observation from doing audits and compliance for a number of years.
Right.
Jarvis, you bring up a good point. Like I have a peer of mine in cybersecurity that says the best collaboration over cybersecurity is when someone's on the front page. Nobody wants to be on the front page.
Right.
That's the one everyone knows. Says, oh, this happened, or CrowdStrike happened, or this healthcare opportunity out in California. I think there was a recent breach. So right now it's the noose and it's pain. Like, how can we get around that? And to your point, hey, why do we start with a pillar and start with standards? I love that.
Andrea, how about kind of a almost final thought on collaboration? Like, what would be a great thing that would happen? Much as like Jarvis said, we would all agree on the best principles. Any thoughts from you?
One of the things. Sorry, once again. One of the things that I think is happening in terms of industry and the healthcare sector is we're really starting to. The healthcare organizations are really starting to look at what things could potentially hurt them. So we've never broken down hospitals into different type of supply chains. So when we think about the Change Healthcare incident. The industry and the industry itself is now saying, here's where we have a connection. You know, obviously, I know we're not talking about endpoints. It is zero trust, but really looking at those things that could really that we can manage well, but because we have a connection with you, we're still in trouble. So I see a lot of collaboration, really trying to find those places where, even if it's the HVAC, you know, because Target got reached because of a HVAC system. So I see movement and the collaboration with industry. I do see the cyber companies saying, "Oh my goodness, we need to help." I think it's there, but I almost want, you know, everyone was upset when the Russians launched Sputnik, and it was like, oh my goodness, we have to do better. You know, we have to put money into something that's that great, or we're going to be behind. I think we're at a point with our 16 critical infrastructure sectors, if we don't have that aha moment that we're going to be, you know, we're going to be trying to rebuild infrastructure. So I would like to see some meeting or you know, the industry, government, and others to really come together and figure it out. I mean, and that is going to require grants and funding. I mean, I just don't understand, but I just don't think we've gotten in a room. I don't think the key players I mean, we've had hearings, but no one has really sat down and really thought about, you know, what's next.
Right. That's really, really interesting feedback. Tom, do you have anyone in this room that would like to lend a little Q&A to the panel?
Time for maybe one or two questions. Hang on, we got a couple. We got 2 for 2, so I'll get to you next.
Yeah, Chip Block with Evolver. We've been working the clinical device cybersecurity issue for about 10 years. Good news is we've made some progress, but we've run into about collaboration. Run into an interesting people problem, which we now may be able to identify when a device is being attacked, but we now realize we don't know what we're supposed to do about it. Right? We can't turn it off. Can't do any of the cybersecurity things no longer apply. It's a patient safety issue, right? The problem is within the government, that problem doesn't seem to belong to anybody, right? So those types of, where you get the clinical side, the patient safety side and the tech side, where is that connection right now?
Heck of a good question. I'm gonna point to the HHS people because they're all government and they know. But
I can try on that. So FDA has pre-market and post-market guidance as it relates to device security, and there's certain, they're not requirements, it's sort of like suggestions that they're going to look at from a pre-market standpoint. But the post-market guidance does have some information about reporting for cyber incidents and sort of things that you should be on the lookout for. So just to, okay. I got nothing beyond that.
Maybe we can have an ATARC working group around that, huh?
That's interesting. It's like calling the fire department and they say, "Oh yeah, your house is on fire." That's correct. That's rough.
Over here.
Thanks again for everyone, Andrea and Jarvis, especially being, you know, government champions inside. We appreciate that. I was just curious, you know, hopefully some of these CFOs with some of these vendors will be open to doing like pilots to bridge the gap for the lack of grants to help spin these, you know, resource intensive initiatives up. And for us, we were just curious to see, you know, what could you expect from industry as far as for supporting it? This is one of those industries where the commercial use case has dual use for DoD level of regulatory checkoffs in the healthcare landscape being highly regulated. What would you say to that as far as for, you know, how you could collaborate with public-private partnerships perhaps to help move the needle?
So we do a ton of POCs. We are a POC machine. But to your point is, what we typically have to find is some sort of funding or opportunity. I think to your point is we have a chicken and the egg problem. Can we have the POC to see if there is in fact a way to apply for funding or grants or et cetera? Can I actually solve this problem here? So I think from the vendor side, it's we hear from industry what they need. We see opportunities. We see funding. You know, we're talking with our counterparts at the agencies. But as far as POCs go, from my perspective, I think we've done more POCs in the last 5 years or so than I think the previous 10. But I think that is where we've also uncovered gaps and new capabilities that our agencies and our customers didn't realize that they had, right? So meaning, hey, they didn't know, for instance, you can do what we call safe mode snapshots, right? Or immutable, indelible sets of data on their storage array, not on a backup that they have to recover and maybe it'll take a day or a week, but instantly, right? So just enabling new capabilities through something like a POC, I think it's a great idea. And I'm willing to bet if you ask your vendors and squeeze the arm long enough, anything is possible, at least in my experience.
We are in our last 26 seconds. Anything to add?
No, I mean, I think we're all kind of saying the same thing. You know, I think there's a consistent message here that there's, you know, opportunity for collaboration. There's a basic set of principles that need to be followed. And, you know, if we can sort of all come together and reach some consensus, you know, we can get to where we want to go.
Right. Folks, can we have a hand for all this expertise?
Great panel, John. And I'm going to call it the last panel. These are the diehards. If you're here at this time, that's fantastic. We've got one more left. We'll get you out of here at 2:45. You'll beat Beltway traffic, et cetera, et cetera. But we've got a good panel coming up. And making her official ATARC debut, Amber Corin, who's a newly minted ATARC consultant. Amber's worked in this arena, I don't know how many publications over the years since we've known each other. And you work for DARPA. You just came off a gig with DARPA supporting them. But if we can get the next panel up, and Amber's going to take us home.
Okay, how's our sound? Okay, good. Okay, thank you for yet another kind intro. I appreciate that. I'm very excited to be official ATARC consultant. Thanks everyone who is sticking around for this last panel, which is going to be the best of the whole day, obviously. So we're talking about the intersections of AI and health IT and the interagency collaboration that's going to be really critical in making that happen and bringing this to fruition. We have a really great panel here today. I won't speak for them, but I will let them introduce themselves and talk a little bit about what they're working on, their subject matter of expertise as it kind of relates to this panel. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Arjuna Swaminathan. I am part of the Department of Health and Human Services, the Office of the Inspector General, and the areas that we focus on related to AI are, number one, optimizing our internal processes, as well as providing guidance on oversight of the use of AI in healthcare. As you all probably know very well, this is a new era, and while the promise is real and appealing, so are the risks. And then we as a society have a responsibility to think about how we use the power of AI responsibly to serve the needs of the public we serve.
And I'm Landon Shaw. I work for the Administrative Office of the United States Courts. Although it's not healthcare based, I think we have a lot of similar challenges in implementing AI. Specifically, I would say because there's a lot of personally identifying information with regards to federal court cases, whether it's witness protection programs or other cases like probation officers, background checks on individuals that are in any kind of federal court case. The U.S. courts extends to the Armed Forces branch of the U.S. courts, which is actually a separate entity. It's allocated to the Pentagon, but they also deal with any federal court case for individuals that are a party to a federal court case, but they happen to be military. So because of this, I joined this panel because I thought our challenges are the same. Even though it's healthcare related, most healthcare information is personally identifying information, and we have that same concern in the judiciary of needing to protect that for certain individuals. Now, most of our cases are public, but then we have a lot of cases that will never be public. So we have challenges that would be the same as the healthcare industry. So I thought it would be interesting to cite the challenges that we see, and then see the synergy between the healthcare industry and what the U.S. courts initiatives are. So.
Great, and a reminder for those of you who weren't here, I'm James Donlin with Oracle. You may remember me from such presentations as about an hour ago. I actually love this panel because the team I work for in Oracle, I'll talk a little bit about more that in context of the panel, is something called the data platform team. So I spend every day literally thinking about how are we using data for effective outcomes in different spaces. And the three relevant sets of customers I work with on a day-to-day basis are in government, education, and healthcare. And in fact, 2 weeks ago, I was very privileged to participate in a hackathon sponsored by the Robert Wood Johnson Medical School up in New Jersey, part of the Rutgers University Health System. And I will say this about AI and about the future of healthcare. If that was any indication, the weekend of some 300 and some participants from literally universities across the country, medical students and IT students working together, the future is very, very bright indeed. We'll certainly talk about the risks and the caveats and everything else, but very, very excited and inspired by the younger generation that is really looking to how we're going to apply this technology to solving health outcomes first and foremost.
Thank you. I appreciate the intros. Those were good for kind of laying the groundwork for where we're speaking from today. I think one of the key themes that we talked about in our prep call, and I think has been a recurring theme, is around partnerships, collaboration, working across sectors, across agencies. So that's kind of the first thing that I wanted to jump into and talk about is how do you see that collaboration taking place today? Is there adequate infrastructure currently in place, or what do you think needs to happen or be put in place to facilitate the kind of cross-directional dialogue that needs to be happening here?
Absolutely. So yes, there is collaboration happening. Is there opportunity for more? Absolutely, right? So if we were to address that question by kind of taking a step back and saying, what are the impediments to effective collaboration? And one of those is the clarity on the business objective, right? The problems that we are trying to solve using AI. So within an agency, where there is clarity, hey, there are many areas, many things that we could be doing, but here are our top priority areas. This is where we're going to put our money on. When there is that clarity within an agency, then we have a basis to partner with other agencies, even the private sector solution providers, where they have the expertise, right? And we have a deeper understanding of the business needs. So if we have that kind of priority and clarity on business needs, then I think that'll enable us to do much better, given that we are all facing resource constraints. We have a limited amount of money that we have to use spread across many different initiatives and priorities, some of them deemed mission critical. And also skills, right? These AI initiatives require scarce skill sets that we, if we can pool our resources or leverage the strengths that lie across the different functional areas, across different departments, and even partner with private sector where appropriate, then there are greater opportunities for us to kind of pursue shared objectives and achieve small victories.
Yeah, I think the question is interesting when we talk about integrating principles that are ethical with federal systems, because ethics is a really interesting area because it can be culturally dependent, right? So we have a bunch of different layers of ethics. You could say that ethics relates to right and wrong. How does somebody view what's right and wrong? Well, that can be culturally defined. It can be group defined within a social area. It could be, an example would be like the Civil Rights Act of 1964. How does that define what is ethically right or wrong for race, color, religion, sex, stuff like that? Then when you extend that to modern day, you would have to include diversity, equity, and inclusion in there. So now you're going to take into account maybe sexual orientation, whereas 50 years ago that was not part of that ethical definition. And then you could say, if AI were used in healthcare, they would want to take into account everything that I just mentioned. But if AI were used in, say, a military capacity, what is ethical for military would be maybe like the Geneva Convention rules of 1949, right? Whether or not you were going to protect civilians or prisoners of war or medical persons that were participating, you know, in a war, but you wanted to protect them. Whether you wanted to protect cultural treasures and make sure those aren't destroyed, or whether you were going to protect the environment. And then it's things like that. I think that when somebody says, how do we combine, make sure that we ethically integrate with federal agencies and health, that is such a difficult question to answer, because I just laid out 3 different types of ethical guidelines that could be applied. And in AI, if you apply them in a different environment, a military personnel would apply a completely different set of ethical guidelines than what health and IT, you know, health IT would. And when it comes to the law, what somebody thinks is right and wrong legally, you may, you know, you can think what you want, but the law is the law, right? The law necessarily isn't logical, and what's right and wrong from a legal standpoint may not be right or wrong from your social set of ethical norms. So this is a really interesting question, like how are we going to navigate that? Because if we don't think like that, everybody's going to go out and apply AI ethically, but different, right? And that's going to be a problem. So I would turn it over to you if you have any other. I mean, I'm just saying that is a huge, these questions, they gave us these questions in advance. And I got to tell you, I sat here for hours reading through them because the question was like, I don't know, 15 words. And I was like, oh, that's an easy question. And I looked at it and I'm like, every one of these questions is loaded. Like we could talk for an hour on each question, right? So it's a great set of questions. She came up with an awesome set of questions, but unfortunately it's like a very difficult topic to cover all of these in detail.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think, you know, the ethics part, I'm going to stay clear of that one for a moment. I'll leave that to people better suited than I. I want to go back to collaboration for a moment, though. And I think some different things I see looking across industry and certainly across the country is that collaboration is better in certain areas than others. One thing that I've recognized over the last, I would say, 8 or 9 months is it's not the health community, it's not the government community that are unwilling to collaborate. Very collaborative places, and I can compare and contrast that with financial services, for example. But I think one of the things we've noticed, and I would include AWS, Microsoft, Google, Oracle, is that we need to collaborate. And if I take myself out of my day job of, you know, competing with other software and technology providers, what I've recognized, besides the fact that I know people that work at all those companies and have for years, is that we all have a role to play. And so somebody mentioned it when we were talking about disaster recovery and continuity of operations earlier about having, you know, a second cloud. It's not so much, well, I've picked this vendor and that's it. Every different technology provider has a massive role to play that may be slightly different than one another. And we're recognizing this today. I previewed and mentioned I was at this hackathon a couple weeks ago up at Rutgers, and working alongside AWS, Microsoft, Oracle, and others, and the medical students and IT students. And we were solving a lot of really cool things. And it was kind of like, well, you guys are good at this, you do that part. You guys are good at that, you'll do that part. And so I think there's an opportunity there. What I would tell you as the end customer from a vendor's perspective is better angels aside, you're going to have to drive that. And so I would kind of throw that back out to the government, is to say, hold your vendors accountable, but add this to the list of things to be accountable about, make them work together, because that's the way it's going to happen.
Thank you. Some really interesting points brought up there. I think that, when I think a lot of people here have probably been in the federal IT space for a long time. I know I have. And I think that we have not spent a lot of time having to deal with kind of the gray areas of ethics. It tends to be more binary, right? We're not usually having to debate philosophies and belief systems and that kind of thing with federal IT and enterprise IT. So this brings something new that we haven't really dealt with before. I know that in the Defense Department, this has been kind of an issue with the use of drones going forward. So that said, I'm curious about your thoughts on how do we know if we're being successful in making progress toward developing and implementing AI, but being mindful about it and being both effective and efficient, but also doing it the right way, whatever the right way might be, because that's arbitrary, right? Thoughts on success markers, milestones, goals?
Sure. Just some humble thoughts to begin with, and guys, please add to this. The definition of what problem that we are trying to solve is the critical first step, right? Whether it is optimizing clinical processes or administrative processes or whatever it is, definition of the problem and the corresponding measures of success, right? So we start with that and we visualize what an ideal scenario might be for the need that we are trying to address. Once we begin with that, then we can look at the underlying business process. And to your point, Amber, some of our business processes as is have inherent biases in it. We are human beings. We are bound to have biases. And so when we build upon those biases or collect data that is that represents that bias and then build models on top of it, of course, the models are going to have the same types of biases too. So I think that's where kind of definition of what the problem is, and then a clear understanding of the business process in which this problem or the business need arises will then help us to narrow down and look at small slivers of that problem and see where or whether we could use AI methods to optimize those processes or even go bold and transform entire practices. So that's where I would start looking at the business need, the underlying process that impacts that business, and then look at the technology, as well as whether we have the right data to develop the models. Are there inherent biases? And is it okay to have biases, right? There are some processes in which we tolerance might be greater than others. So it's up to you all as the business leaders to determine where you want to start and perhaps start with kind of the low-hanging fruit first.
Yeah, I would say that I think the challenge, like what we face, what we're working on in the judiciaries, you know, we have our primary application in the federal courts is the electronic case filing system. So it's called Case Management Electronic Case Filing. All federal court cases have to be filed electronically. So that means that if you're a party to any federal court case, if you're a pro se lawyer or just a party to a case, you could have a whole law firm, a party to a case. We have 450 courts. Each court has total. We have probation, appellate district, bankruptcy, and pretrial courts. So what this means is there's a tremendous amount of documents that are filed daily and annually for all these federal court cases for everywhere in the United States. So that would be analogous to the healthcare industry with somebody coming in with a file of a medical history, right? So we have the same type of challenge in that we have a tremendous amount of data, and our goal is to be able to parse that data and maybe summarize it and search it, right? Whereas maybe, let's say a judge wanted to take all of the summary judgments of a case and have AI spit out a synopsis of the summary judgment. It would be analogous in the healthcare industry to somebody saying, look at this guy's medical file and give us an analysis, a pre-diagnosis of what you see, right? So, and the reason why I went through that explanation is this. I think the most important thing is whatever comes out of that response needs to be 110% accurate. It cannot be conjecture. It can't be a guess, right? And so one of the guide rails that we would have to put into any AI that we implement is if you did not get your answer derived from the data set that we provided, then your answer needs to be, I don't know. Because AI will, you know, everybody hears this term hallucinate, right? And then we have this problem of data in the middle getting lost when you have large data sets. AI is really good at giving you an answer at the beginning of the information of the data you provide or at the end of the information that you provide. But if you provide thousands of pages of information and the data set you're looking for happens to be in the middle of that 1,000 pages, it's very often your answer from AI will be general when it comes to data in the middle. So they call this the lost in the middle problem, right? So we can't have that in a legal case. We can't have an AI making up a summary judgment. It can't be conjecture. It has to be 100% true. So I would say that one of the challenges that we face is making sure that whatever we implement is either 100% derived from the data set and not from the LLM training, but maybe the RAG model that where we have a vector data store with all our data, and we only want an answer based on that vector data store and not from the training. But then if an answer cannot be derived, it needs to come back and say, I don't know, not give a best guess. So I would say that that's one of the biggest challenges that we have because the information we can't have a judge making up a ruling based on an AI conjecture, right? That can't happen. So I would say that one of the, like, to just build on the point that you mentioned earlier is that we have to set guidelines throughout federal agencies that we're using LLMs and data stores and that everybody's going to be using something that's the same because the bias is going to be inherent in the LLM. That's difficult to get out of that unless you build, you know, the model from the ground up, right? And so you're going to have multiple encoding layers in there that are going to inject biases from, you know, weights and bias in that encoding method. And when every federal agency is using a different LLM, you're going to get different results. So I think the biggest problem is setting guardrails in that, in the system that you're utilizing. Like, let's say you're using an open web UI front end and you're going to have post-processing responses that say, okay, I got the answer from the LLM, but go check that again against this data set. And if your answer does not exist in that data set, then please just tell me you don't know, right? That's what I think is going to be our biggest challenge, is to make sure that we're getting accurate answers and not hallucinations from AI.
Yeah, it's a great segue to something that I spent a lot of time. We actually built a system for Texas. It's a pilot phase, but it was for legislative analysis. And what it was is kind of exactly what you're talking about. So in a legal context, it has to be absolutely 100% accurate. Everybody's probably heard the case of there was some poor young lawyer who was trying to quickly write a brief, and they rely on a chat GPT, blah, blah, blah. And then it's, oh, we need policies to protect that. No, the policy already exists. The model rules of the ABA says that you have a diligence requirement upon yourself to fact check your own work. So I won't use the phrase that I would call that young individual, but let's say he was not entirely intelligent donkey. I don't know, you can combine that any way you want. But so my point though is the diligence requirement is still incumbent on the practitioner. And so I promise I'll get to the transition from legal to medical here in a second, but the system we actually built was for pre-legislation. So it was for a bunch of legislative affairs folks working on pending law, thousands and thousands of pages of documents. We were using a large language model solely for knowledge of English language. All of the data, and I mean all of it, was the knowledge repository of the draft legislation, which sat in a protected database with vector stores and the ability to do that. So what's cool about this, and I think we want to think about this in many contexts, the models are not ubiquitous. In fact, from an Oracle perspective, I like to tell people we're model agnostic. I don't care which model you use. The data is the most important. And then what we're seeing in different industries, including healthcare, is you're going to train new models, and there are literally thousands of AI vendors and startups doing this in every context imaginable, training new specific models, small language models on a specific data set that understand that data context. So we're at the very beginning of generic large language models understanding, just language. But that RAG idea of taking that understanding and applying to a specific data set, that's the next step. The step after that is imagine if your model was actually a healthcare model trained on health informatic data or genomic data. And the only data that it was ever trained on came from there, and then you're combining that with your data set. And so that's where we really see healthcare starting to go. So in this infancy stage, we still want to have authoritative AI where I'm only using the model for knowledge of language, but I'm pointing to authoritative data. And then, simple use case, clinical notes. So doing kind of the same thing, instead of writing a summary judgment and checking that, I'm taking lots and lots of notes. A medical doctor's time is so precious. And the hardest thing is to write all those notes down and capture it. So if we could use that automated process to help capture that, but be able to edit it in line and make sure it's authoritative and accurate, that will save time. That kind of answers the question. So how do we know it's working? Whatever that metric is, we're saving time with accurate results. We're doing things we couldn't do before. That's, I think, the way we test it. It's maybe not on the broad aspirational goals. It's just on making some progress. We're moving forward a little bit. That's good enough because it's better than it was.
That's good. I think that's a really good point. It's helpful. I think one thing that is clear in all of these responses is really the importance of the human element here. We look at AI and we think about AI and it's all technology, automation, LLMs, things that are the opposite of the human element. But every agency, every department, every industry has human elements involved, almost everyone anyway. They all have human elements. They may not be the same. The human elements that you deal with might be different from those that you deal with. I'm curious about how much your respective human elements, yours being what you have at HHS versus DOJ, how do these respective human elements, not elephants, elements, define, how do these human elements define the stakeholder roles when we're talking about bringing stakeholders to the table to help achieve, the goals here? How does that influence and define these roles, and what else might define these roles when we're talking about bringing together these diverse, collaborative stakeholders for dialogue that actually advances the adoption and enhances outcomes? I know that you touched on the human elements that you deal with in DOJ and the courts and
the legal system. And that is different from healthcare. But when it comes down to like when you're talking about PII and people's lives being at stake, both cases, those are very much factors.
So I want to add two quick things just to start this maybe. So one, and this is always eye-opening, and I learn it over and over again, in a health setting, ask the doctor, ask the researcher, and don't ask them, hey, how would you like to use AI? What are you trying to do? And in 5 minutes or less, you will get an enumeration of all of the challenges they have on a day-to-day basis. And so it kind of centers you around what am I actually trying to solve? Oh, I don't have a lot of time. We get a lot of cancellations actually for medical doctors running a practice, and that really hurts us because now we're wasting time where we could be otherwise spending more time in front of patients. How do we give our medical students more practical training to look at not healthy organs, but disease organs? And how do we do that in the training? And so these are just interesting little use cases that then pop up to, in that last case, this one team created a digital twin using AI so that they actually can, wear the goggles and stuff and actually look at the heart and go through different stages of disease, not just one that they happen to have in a cadaver lab. So I think there are a lot of great use cases when you simply have to just ask, what are you trying to solve that's so hard in your day-to-day that opens up that creative part? And then the second part on the security thing, protect the data. The laws are there. The policies are all there. The practices are all there. Somebody said the human problem, which I love. That's kind of funny. If we could just get rid of these pesky humans, this would all go easier. But I think, my small rant, and then I will cede the floor here, is stop spreading your data out. So if you need to protect a person's data, the best way to protect it is not have it exist in 25 different places. And that's an IT problem. I'm going to blame the IT universe on that. But we spread our personally identifiable data in way too many places. And we need the discipline and the techniques and tools that we have by professionals to manage that. Let developers do what they want. Let users do what they want, but protect the darn data.
Yeah, I would say that I think from a human element, the human challenge, one of the biggest ones is going to be initially when any new technology comes out, people are skeptical and they apply a little more scrutiny to whatever response they would be given. The longer a technology's out, it doesn't bother them and they start to just implicitly trust it, right? Whether that trust is misplaced or not, right? It probably, people should not just implicitly trust new technology, but that's where I think the human element's going to come in, where you're going to get people who say, well, I asked the AI and he said this, right? Or she, whatever the AI is, right? What I think is going to happen is people are just going to trust the response. And I think what we need to do is make sure that people are educated on how that response was derived and a percentage of error. And maybe that means you don't just take a single response. Maybe that means you have some type of system that runs it through multiple different AIs, because if anybody's used something like ChatGPT or you have your own Olama instance and you ask it the same question multiple times, with the if you end the session and go back and do it again, you're going to get a different response, right? Assuming that you're not dealing with it remembering a cached response or things that have already been generated. But the point is, you ask the AI a question today and you ask it tomorrow in a different session and your response will be different. So that's going to be a big problem where people are getting responses and they implicitly just trust that response is correct. I don't think that will happen initially. I think initially people will be skeptical. So I think part of the human element is they're just going to believe the tech, right? That's going to be human element number one. Human element number two is they're going to not utilize the tech correctly. And by that, I mean, the humans are going to need to be trained on how to interact with an AI because it's not another human. So if you try to apply the way you communicate amongst a social group with the way you communicate with an AI, although it looks like it's very good today, right? There have been studies where they notice that if you talk to an AI and you give it an incentive, whether it's a negative or positive incentive, you get better, more verbose answers, right? And an example that the community tends to use is they ask the AI a question and then they end it by saying, oh, by the way, for every wrong answer that you give me, a kitten will be killed, right? And it sounds bizarre, but what they've realized is that these LLMs were trained on models that had a real that were derived off of human training data. So when they gave the LLM a negative or a positive incentive, the answers actually changed and were more accurate. So what's really interesting is if you do that, if you say, you know, I will lose $100 every time you give me a wrong answer, and you end that in your prompt, you actually get different answers. So I guess my point is, part of the human element is you're going to have to train humans how to talk to an AI, because it's not like talking to your friend. And if you talk to, I mean, you don't, I would rarely talk to my friend and end a sentence by saying, if you give me a wrong answer, then I'm going to kill a kitten, right? That would never happen, right? So the point is, but talking to an AI with that type of, you know, knowing that that is the way that you can get different answers, I think that means that you're going to have to train humans how to talk to computers, because they're going to talk to a computer the way they talk to whoever, and they're actually encouraged, oh yeah, just type it the way you normally say. And that's correct, you can do that. But you will get different answers if you give a negative or positive incentive to the AI. So I think that the human element number 2 is people are not going to be trained. And so how do you overcome that? I think what you have to do is you have to code that in so it does that post-processing for the human. And that's where the collaboration between like federal government and developers come in, where if you can work with a developer, you can add those post-processing subroutines into whatever application or chatbot that you're trying to build, such that the human just types in what they would normally do, but then you have all these post-processing things that are checks that you're actually doing that work for the human. And if you don't code for that, I think what you're going to get is people using the AI inefficiently, because you're not going to be able to train all your employees to be prompt engineers. It's just not going to happen, right? But what you can do is tell your developers to code post-processing, prompt engineering type routines in, so that the answers that the humans receive are more than likely what a layperson would want to see as a response, right?
Gentlemen, I love the perspectives that you've shared, and I like the way James started off with, begin with, you know, speak to the expert and understand what the problem is that we are trying to solve. You know, we've talked about LLMs a lot, and of course we are all highly excited about LLMs, but there are many other applications of AI in healthcare, in the perspective of predictive models, fraud detection, and so on. So in all of those, I wholeheartedly agree with and echo Landon's observation about training. The person who uses the AI has to understand the context in which to use it and the limitations that are involved. And I would also encourage us to think about, this is a multidimensional problem, and it's going to require a multidimensional approach to solving. While we can have checks, we could have subroutines to check. We also need to consider the end-to-end business process in which these AI algorithms are deployed, and have procedural methods to also validate that the human that is using the AI generated solution is interpreting it and applying it correctly. So let's feel that we have the flexibility, and in fact we have the responsibility to look at all of these different dimensions, and not only the technology but also the process, and also enabling, training people to do their job in a slightly different way, leveraging predictive models, right? So that's another way of looking at the human element and the different aspects of the human element to solve the problem.
Perfect timing. So I bet you all did not expect to come and get a philosophy course today, but that's the beauty of these kinds of discussions. I don't think we have any time for Q&A because I'm about 30 seconds out, but and I don't even have time for lightning round, which is what I usually like to do to close these things. But I would like to thank you guys very much for all of these great perspectives and things to think about. There's a lot here just in this discussion alone that I know I have not put a whole lot of thought into, like the philosophical side of things, and certainly the human element in the context that we've talked about. So thank you all for bringing your thoughts to this, and I really appreciate it. And thank you all for those of you who have stuck around to listen to it. I appreciate that as well.
Thanks, Amber. That was fantastic. And now I have like one more hour-and-a-half keynote. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you all for staying through this. Diehards. I mean, I saw a lot of note-taking, which is good. But I want to thank our partners. Great job, everybody. Appreciate it. And then thank you to my staff for doing such a great job. And give yourself a hand of applause for sticking it out. Thank you.